produced by the lastprophet.info web portal. The Life of the Prophet Muhammad audiobook is written by Jassim Avja and read by Andy Boynes.
Chapter 1. Makkah before Islam. Prophet Muhammad, God's messenger and the last prophet, was born in the city of Makkah. Makkah is in the west of the Arabian Peninsula, lying between Asia, Europe and Africa, within the Hejaz region. It is important to be aware of the history of Makkah, the Kaaba and the Quraysh tribe in order to understand the life of the Prophet. The known history of Makkah dates back to the time of Prophet Abraham, but there is not much information about any earlier history. Prophet Abraham brought his infant son Ishmael and his wife Hagar to Makkah upon the command of God, leaving them there and himself returning to Palestine. The valley of Makkah is described as an uncultivable valley in the Quran, being a desert with a hot, dry climate. Thus, Hagar and Ishmael were soon very thirsty. According to religious accounts, just as Hagar, who had been running between the Safa and Marwa hills in order to find water, had become desperate and abandoned hope for her son's life, a source of water sprung from under the feet of her son. The source was an abundant spring called Zamzam and subsequently became a stopping place for caravans. After a certain time, the Jurhum tribe from Yemen settled in the outer regions of Makkah. Ishmael learned Arabic from them and married a girl from this tribe. Prophet Abraham, who was living in Palestine, paid occasional visits to Hagar and Ishmael. On his third visit to Makkah, Prophet Abraham, in accordance with divine decree, began to construct the Kaaba with his son Ishmael. It can be understood from certain verses of the Quran that the Kaaba had existed before the time of Abraham. However, it had been destroyed and its location was lost over time until Prophet Abraham once again found its place and rebuilt it. Although there is no information about who built the Kaaba before Abraham, it is recorded in some sources that it was built by Prophet Adam or his son Seth. When Prophet Abraham completed the construction of the Kaaba, the Archangel Gabriel appeared to him and taught him how to perform the pilgrimage known as the Hajj. The administration of Makkah and the Kaaba, which had been the duty of Ishmael, passed to the Jurhum tribe after him. The Jurhum tribe first accepted the religion conveyed by Ishmael, but later deviated with time, performing immoral acts, stealing gifts that were brought to the Kaaba, and mistreating the visiting pilgrims. After a certain time, the Khuzar tribe, which had migrated to Makkah from southern Arabia, defeated the Jurhum tribe in a battle and removed them from the city. The Jurhum tribe returned back to Yemen, their homeland, after removing the black stone from its place and covering over the Zamzam well to disguise its location. The Ishmaelites did not take part in the battle due to their small number, and they continued to stay in the city after making an agreement with the Khuzar tribe. Amr ibn Luhay, one of the leading figures of the Khuzar tribe, broke the tradition of monotheism and allowed for the emergence of idolatry when he took over the administration of Makkah and the Kaaba. The Quraysh, under the leadership of Qusay ibn Kilab, an ancestor of Prophet Muhammad 5 generations removed, took over the administration of Makkah in the first part of the 5th century after defeating the Khuzar tribe. Accordingly, the services of the Kaaba, which represented great honour and respect, passed to the Quraysh. Qusay gathered the branches of Quraysh living around Makkah and he placed them around the Kaaba. In addition, by making the necessary arrangements, Qusay gained control of the following services: the administration of Makkah, or Presidency of Council Chambers, or Dar al-Nadwa, military command, known as Qiyada. The right to present the standard to the standard bearer, referred to as liwa. Maintenance of the Kaaba. Possession of the keys and the control of the Kaaba, known as hijaba or sidana. Supply of water for the pilgrims, or sikaya. And accommodation for the pilgrims, known as rifada. The Dar al-Nadwa, which he commissioned, continued its existence up to the Islamic period as a meeting place where important issues were discussed and decided upon, and various official ceremonies were held. The administration of Makkah and the services of the Kaaba were continued by the descendants of Qusay ibn Kilab after his death. Hashim ibn Abd Manaf, the grandson of Qusay and an ancestor of Prophet Muhammad 3 generations removed, worked hard to provide food and water for both the pilgrims who came to Makkah and the Quraysh tribe. Hashim, known for his generosity, and his brothers Abdu Shams and Naufal made trade agreements with Byzantium, Yemen, Abyssinia, modern-day Ethiopia, and Iran. They also signed non-aggression pacts with the tribes along the trade routes. Accordingly, trade in Makkah gained international importance. The Quraysh were able to make journeys for trade without threat to Yemen and Abyssinia in the winter, and to Syria and through Anatolia in the summer because of the prestige they had earned from the provision of their Kaaba services. On his way to Syria, Hashim went to Yathrib, the former name for Medina, and resided there for a while, marrying Salma, the daughter of Amr ibn Zayd, from the tribe of Banu Najjar. Abdul Muttalib, or Shayba, Prophet Muhammad's grandfather, was their child. Hashim died in Gaza in Palestine during one of his travels and was buried there. Abdul Muttalib stayed in Medina for 8 years and was later brought to Makkah by his uncle Muttalib. Abdul Muttalib was raised by his uncle, and the latter transferred the leadership of the tribe to him before his death. After a dream, Abdul Muttalib located the place of the Zamzam well that had been covered by the Jurhum tribe on their departure from Makkah, and he reopened the well. He undertook the duty of bringing food and water to the pilgrims. The religious and commercial importance of Makkah, in addition to its geographical location, attracted the attention of states such as Byzantium, Iran, the Sassanid Empire, and Abyssinia. Abraha, the Yemeni governor of the Kingdom of Abyssinia, built a church in Sana'a to try to prevent the visits of the Arabs to the Kaaba. When this attempt failed, he decided to destroy the Kaaba and destroy Makkah's status as a religious centre by invading it and preventing the commercial activities of its inhabitants. Abraha and his army came as far as the area surrounding Makkah and camped there. The Prophet's grandfather, Abdul Muttalib, the leader of the Hashemite branch of the Quraysh, met Abraha and reminded him that the owner of the Kaaba, known as Bayt Allah, or God's sacred house, would protect it. Abraha ordered his soldiers to strike, but the elephant in front of his army refused to take a step towards the Kaaba. According to the Quranic chapter entitled The Elephant, his army was destroyed by small stones that were dropped by birds flying overhead, sent by God. This incident was called the Incident of the Elephant, and the year in which it occurred was called the Year of the Elephant. The fact that Abraha's attempt failed caused the Arabs to place more importance on the pilgrimage than was ever seen before. As a result, the prestige of Makkah and the Quraysh was raised. Makkah was the leading city of the three prominent cities of the Hejaz region, the other two being Yathrib or Medina and Taif. Makkah, the point of intersection on the roads leading to Yemen to the south, the Mediterranean to the north, the Persian Gulf to the east, and the Red Sea port of Jeddah to the west, was located at an economically strategic point. Moreover, the Kaaba was located in the city, thus making the city the religious centre of Arabia. People from all parts of Arabia would come to visit the Kaaba during certain months of the year, and trade would increase in the city. People would set up fairgrounds and poetry competitions would be held. As Makkah was unsuitable for agriculture due to geographical conditions, trade constituted the essence of business life. Like the rest of the Arabian Peninsula in general, idolatry was also prevalent in Makkah. The number of idols in the Kaaba and its surroundings was 360. The biggest of these idols was Hubal, the most important Qurayshi idol. In addition to this, there were idols in most of the houses. Arabs accepted that Allah was the creator and ruler of the skies and the earth, but they worshipped the idols which they thought would bring them closer to Allah. They deviated from the monotheistic belief that commanded they worship God alone, and thus they committed the sin of idolatry by associating partners with God. Yet, although their numbers were not great in Makkah, there were the Hanif who still practiced the monotheistic belief that had been introduced by Prophet Abraham. Chapter 2. Lineage of the Prophet. The lineage of Prophet Muhammad can be traced back to Prophet Ishmael, the son of Abraham, through Adnan, a descendant 21 generations removed. Thus, the northern Arabs, of which the Prophet's family was a part, were called Ishmaelites or Adnanis. The other branch of Arabs was the Qartanis, who resided in southern Arabia. The Prophet Muhammad himself traces his lineage back to Adnan. It is known to be as follows: Muhammad, son of Abdullah, son of Abdul Muttalib, known as Shayba, son of Hashim, son of Abdul Manaf, son of Qusay, son of Kilab, son of Murrah, son of Ka'b, son of Luay, son of Ghalib, son of Fihr, Quraysh, son of Malik, son of Nadir, son of Kinana, son of Khuzaymah, son of Mudrika, son of Elias, son of Mudar, son of Nizar, son of Ma'ad, son of Adnan. Prophet Muhammad was the son of Abdullah ibn Abdul Muttalib, a member of the Hashemite family of the Quraysh tribe, which was the Adnani branch of the descendants of Prophet Ishmael. Chapter 3. The birth of Prophet Muhammad. Prophet Muhammad was born in the city of Makkah, which is located in the Hejaz region on the western part of the Arabian Peninsula. His exact date of birth is not known. The reason for this is that no particular calendar was used among the Arabs at that time. According to common opinion, he was born 50 to 55 days after the incident of the elephant in the month of Rabi al-Awwal on a Monday. Different estimates state that the date of birth of Prophet Muhammad was April 20th, 571, corresponding to Rabi al-Awwal 9, or June 17th, 569, Monday, or Rabi al-Awwal 12. The first was suggested by the Egyptian astronomer Mahmud Pasha al-Falaki, and the second by the famous Islamic scholar of our time, Muhammad Hamidullah. Prophet Muhammad's father was Abdullah ibn Abdul Muttalib from the Banu Hashim branch of the Quraysh, and his mother was Amina, the daughter of Wahb ibn Abdul Manaf, who was a member of the Banu Zur'a branch of the Quraysh tribe. The Prophet was their only child. Abdullah was a handsome young man admired by his friends. He had a beauty and a brightness in his face that the other young men lacked. This is considered to be the light of Nubuwwah, the light of prophethood, Nur al-Muhammadi, that belongs to Prophet Muhammad. Some accounts state that when Abdullah's father, the Prophet's grandfather, Abdul Muttalib, found the Zamzam well and repaired it, some of the prominent members of the Quraysh tried to ridicule and humiliate him. At that time, Abdul Muttalib had only one son, Harith, and he was defenceless against them. He vowed that if he had 10 sons, he would sacrifice one. His supplication later being accepted, he had 10 sons, and thereupon saw a dream in which he was reminded of what he had sworn. Abdul Muttalib decided to draw lots among his sons to determine which one would be sacrificed. Abdullah, his youngest, was chosen. Abdul Muttalib decided to sacrifice him, but many people opposed him, especially his daughters. While deciding how to perform his sacrifice, he received some advice that he should draw a lot between Abdullah and 10 camels, which were sacrificial animals at that time. But again, Abdullah was chosen. Abdul Muttalib continued to draw lots, each time increasing the number of camels by 10. When the number of camels reached 100, the camels were chosen, and Abdul Muttalib sacrificed these 100 camels. In this way, he saved his beloved son Abdullah. Prophet Muhammad once said, "I am the son of 2 sacrifices," referring to the sacrifices of his father Abdullah and his ancestor Ishmael, son of Abraham, both of which were prevented. Abdullah refused many marriage proposals in his adolescence, and eventually, upon his father's advice, he married Amina, the daughter of Wahb. Abdullah was 18 years old when he married. While on his way back from Syria, where he had gone for purposes of trade, he stopped in Yathrib and visited Adi ibn Najjar, his father's uncle. However, Abdullah became ill, thus having to stay with relatives for a month, and died thereafter. He was buried in Yathrib. When Abdul Muttalib learned of Abdullah's condition, he sent his elder son Harith to Yathrib, but Abdullah died before Harith's arrival in the city. The Prophet was thus born without a father. Holding the view that Abdullah will not suffer any pain in the afterlife, the majority of Islamic scholars maintain that he will be granted deliverance as he did not live to see the prophethood of his son. Prophet Muhammad's mother, Amina, held a position of respect among the young women of the Quraysh. Her father, Wahb, was a prominent member of the Zur'a tribe. Abdul Muttalib and his son Abdullah asked for Amina's hand from her father, or according to another account, from her paternal uncle Wuhayb. Upon a response in the affirmative, the marriage was conducted. According to the custom of the times, the couple stayed in Amina's house for the first 3 days of the marriage. It is accepted that after the marriage took place, the light of prophethood on Abdullah's forehead was transferred to Amina. There are accounts in Islamic sources pertaining to supernatural incidents which took place throughout Amina's pregnancy. According to one account, Amina had a dream during her pregnancy, and she was told in this dream that she would give birth to an important person, and she was told to name this child Muhammad or Ahmed. The accounts which assert that Amina felt no pain during delivery are also among these. Again, according to another famous account, Prophet Muhammad was born already circumcised. What is more, he had been washed by the angels, and the seal of prophethood had been stamped on his back. Upon receiving the glad tidings that his grandson had been born, Abdul Muttalib held a banquet in his grandson's honour, during which he named the newborn Muhammad. Abdul Muttalib said that he named him as such so that people would remember him with kindness. Chapter 4. The Prophet's Childhood and Adolescence. After his birth, Prophet Muhammad stayed with his mother Amina for a while, and then, as per tradition, was handed over to his wet nurse. The purpose of entrusting children to a wet nurse was so that they could be raised in the desert, a healthier environment in which to grow up when compared to the city, and so that they could learn fluent Arabic. In accordance with this tradition, Prophet Muhammad was given to Alima bint Abi Duab, who was a member of the Sa'd ibn Bakr branch of the Hawazin tribe. In a year of famine, Alima had gone to Makkah with her husband and other Bedouin women who earned a living through nursing. However, she was unable to find a child from a rich family to nurse. But when she learned that Muhammad had lost his father, she did not hesitate to take him, and she agreed to be his wet nurse so that she would not return home empty-handed. Alima brought Prophet Muhammad back to Mecca 2 years later. However, Amina wanted her child to stay with Halima for a little longer, as she believed that the desert air was good for her child, and, according to some accounts, there was a plague in Mecca. Prophet Muhammad stayed with his wet nurse until he was 5 or 6 years old, and was then brought to Mecca and handed over to his mother. Halima's husband was Harith ibn Abdul Uzza. The couple's children, Abdullah, Unaysa and Shema, were the Prophet's foster siblings. According to narration, Halima and Harith witnessed great abundance and blessing after taking Prophet Muhammad in their care. Their camels and sheep began to provide much more milk than they had before. In addition, the sources revealed that the splitting of the chest, or Shaq al-Sadir, incident occurred during the time Prophet Muhammad was staying with his wet nurse. This was an event in which 2 angels descended to earth, split open Muhammad's chest, removed his heart, and purified it from all evils, washing it with heavenly water and then putting it back in its place. It is recorded that when Halima and Harith learned about this incident, they were very anxious, as they were unable to explain certain extraordinary characteristics of Muhammad that they had witnessed many times before. They now thought that it would be better for the child to be back with his family. When Prophet Muhammad reached the age of 6, his mother Amina took him in her care, and together with her helper Ayman, took him to Yathrib. While there, they visited the grave of her husband, Abdullah, and the members of the Banu Najjar, who were considered uncles of the family due to Abdul Muttalib's mother. After staying in Yathrib for a month, Amina, still young at the time, became ill and later died in Abwa, located 190 kilometers from Medina, while on the way back to Makkah. It is said that before her death, Amina looked at her child and said, "All living things perish, all things new get old, all things in abundance diminish, all things great disappear, Certainly I too will die, but I will always be remembered, because I leave to the world my son as a benevolent future." Orphaned with the death of his mother, Muhammad was brought back to Mecca by Ayman and entrusted to the care of his grandfather Abdul Muttalib. Prophet Muhammad revisited Abwa in the 6th year following the emigration, in 628 AD, and visited his mother's grave. Tidying the grave with his own hands, he shed tears as he remembered the affection and compassion of his mother. Greatly affected by his grief, the companions could not hold back their tears and cried with him. Abdul Muttalib took great care of Muhammad as the precious gift from his son Abdullah, who had died at an early age. He would sit at the table and eat with Muhammad, offer him the seat of honor located in the shadow of the wall of the Kaaba, and take him to the meetings of the Nadwa. Take him to the meetings in Nadwa, council hall, over which he presided, and through all his actions tried his utmost to ensure that his grandson did not feel the absence of fatherly compassion and love. More than 80 years of age at the time, Abdul Muttalib passed away not long after he had handed over the custody and protection of his grandson, then 8 years of age, to the latter's paternal uncle Abu Talib. Abu Talib was born from the same father and mother as the Prophet's father. He loved his nephew more than his own children, believing that the child had brought fortune to the family, and he made great efforts to raise him well. He would take Muhammad with him on some of his journeys. And so, when the Prophet was 9 or 12 years old, and his uncle had decided to go to Syria for trade, he wanted to accompany Abu Talib. Seeing his nephew's insistence on this, Abu Talib took the Prophet with him on his journey. The caravan stopped in Bosra, located in Syria. A monk called Bahira, living in a monastery, invited the caravan to join him for a meal. After Bahira told Abu Talib that Muhammad was the awaited prophet foretold in the Bible, he cautioned Abu Talib against some of the dangers that his nephew could face, and advised Abu Talib to protect his nephew well. Upon this warning, Abu Talib ended his journey and returned to Mecca. It is known that when Prophet Muhammad was about 10 years old, he worked as a shepherd for a period of time in order to help his uncle Abu Talib, who had a large family. He would later refer to this time during his prophethood saying, "There has never been a prophet who did not herd sheep." When his companions asked, "Did you herd sheep, O Messenger of God?" he replied, "Yes, I herded the sheep of Mecca." Abu Talib's wife, Fatima bint Asad, took great care of Muhammad, caring for him more than her own children. The Prophet never forgot the goodness of his aunt when he grew up. He would visit her in her house in Medina and would sometimes sleep there in the afternoons. Very grieved when she passed away, the Prophet used his own shirt for her shroud and personally led her funeral prayer. When speaking of his sadness to those around him, he showed his great sense of loyalty with the following words: "I was a child who was in need of her custody. She would feed me even if her children were hungry. She would leave her children and comb my hair. She was like my mother." Abu Talib stood by his nephew after he became a prophet, and although Prophet Muhammad's persistent requests that Abu Talib accept Islam were never answered, Abu Talib did his best to protect Prophet Muhammad, both as a child and later when he became a prophet. There were frequent wars between the Arab tribes in the Age of Ignorance, so much so that there would even be warfare during the sacred months Dhul al-Qadar, Dhul Hijjah, Muharram and Rajab, during which bloodshed was prohibited. Such battles were known as fijar, or sacrilegious wars, because of their being fought in the sacred months. The Prophet was compelled to join such a war in his later teens. The most reliable account states that the Prophet and his uncles participated in the great battle that broke out between the Quraysh-Kinana and Qais-Ailan alliances, but that he did not actually fight in the war, rather protecting the belongings of his uncles, deflecting arrows with his shield, and then collecting them to give to his uncles. It is thought that he was either 14, 15, 17 or 20 years old at the time. Prophet Muhammad participated in a meeting when he was 20 for a league known as the Hilf al-Fudul, the Alliance of the Virtuous. The Hilf al-Fudul was drawn up to prevent injustices that were being carried out against the weak and defenceless who came to Makkah for pilgrimage or trade, and to prevent the tribal wars that broke out frequently. The Hilf al-Fudul was drawn up under the auspices of Zubayr ibn Abdul Muttalib, Prophet Muhammad's uncle, and under the leadership of Judon at-Taimi, the richest, oldest, and most influential tribal leader in Makkah. Those who joined the league took an oath that they would protect everyone in Makkah who encountered injustice, be they natives or foreigners, acting as one and helping each other financially to ensure that justice was served. Prophet Muhammad talked about this alliance, praising it, and said, "I was present in Abdullah ibn Judan's house when they concluded a pact so excellent that I would not change my part in it even for a herd of red camels. If I was asked now in Islam to take part in it, I would gladly agree." According to an account by Balazuri, in the Islamic period, Abdul Jahl refused to pay the price of something that he had purchased from a man. According to an account by Balazuri, in the Islamic period, Abu Jahl refused to pay the price of something that he had purchased from a man who was a member of the Arash. A polytheist who knew the hostility of Abu Jahl towards the Prophet jokingly told the aggrieved trader that he could apply to the Prophet who is in the Kaaba, and that the Prophet would give him his money back. Upon hearing these words, the trader went to the Kaaba, explained the situation to Prophet Muhammad, and asked for his help. The Prophet went to Abu Jahl's house and took back the money without any confrontation. Prophet Muhammad made his living through trade, like many of the Quraysh in Makkah. He embarked on his career in trade by helping Abu Talib, who is involved in trading cloth and grain. Prophet Muhammad continued this trade when his uncle became older. It is known that Prophet Muhammad travelled to various places for purposes of trade, such as to the Hubasha trade fair when he was a teenager, to Yemen once or twice, to the Mushaka and Daba fairs in eastern Arabia, and even to Abyssinia. As a result of these journeys, Prophet Muhammad not only learned about the necessities of commercial life, but also became acquainted with the people living in certain regions of Arabia, and learned about their languages, dialects, religions, and political and social conditions. There is consensus among the sources that Prophet Muhammad lived an honest life and remained removed from the wrongdoing prevalent in the age of ignorance, and came to be known at the age of 25 as Muhammad al-Amin, or Al-Amin, the trustworthy, because of his decency, bravery, compassion, fairness, and his honesty and reliability in commercial life. The Meccan trader Qais ibn Sa'ib stated that he had many commercial dealings with Prophet Muhammad, and that he had never come across a partner in trade who was better than he. He said, "When he set out on a journey, I would refer to him some transactions that needed to be carried out for me. After the journey, he would not return to his house until he had told me about the transactions in such a way as would make me content. In contrast, when I set out on my travels and he gave some transactions to perform, upon my return he would only ask whether I was healthy and in good spirits, unlike other people who only questioned me on issues relating to their business." Chapter 5. Marriage to Khadija. Khadija was the daughter of Khuwaylid ibn Asad, a prominent member of the Quraysh. Her grandfather Qusay was related to ancestors of Prophet Muhammad. Khadija, who was married twice before marrying the Prophet, was a noble, beautiful and rich woman. She received several marriage proposals from leading figures of the Quraysh after the death of her second husband, but she refused all of them. Khadija made her living through trade with people whom she considered reliable. Upon advice she had received, Khadija contracted a partnership agreement with Prophet Muhammad, known in society as a dependable young man of high morality. She asked him to go to Syria for trade with her slave Maysara. This journey to Syria was very successful in terms of trade. Khadija was very pleased with the success and witnessed his reliability and trustworthiness firsthand. Listening to Maysara's awe-inspiring words of praise of the Prophet's virtues and behaviour, Khadija trusted Muhammad even more, and her feelings of admiration for him grew stronger as the days went by. According to narration, Khadija proposed marriage to Prophet Muhammad sometime after this, either personally or via a woman named Nafisa bint Umayyah or Munya. Coming as a surprise to him, the Prophet accepted this proposal after some consideration. Abu Talib and the Prophet's other uncles asked for Khadija's hand in marriage from her uncle Amr ibn Asad, as her father was no longer alive at the time. Upon receiving an affirmative reply, the marriage was conducted. Prophet Muhammad moved from Abu Talib's house to Khadija's house, and thus a happy household was formed. It is recorded that Prophet Muhammad was 25 years old and Khadija was 40 years old at the time. There are accounts, however, which assert that Khadija was younger than 40 at the time of the marriage. The couple had 7 children: Qasim, Zainab, Ruqayya, Kulthum, Fatima, Abdullah or Tayyib, and Tahir. Abdullah and Tahir died before the prophethood of Muhammad. Some sources state that Tayyib and Tahir were 2 different children, while others assert that these were both nicknames for Abdullah. Except for his youngest daughter Fatima, the Prophet's children all died before him. Fatima lived 6 months after the Prophet's demise. Prophet Muhammad assumed the kunya, or name honourably given to a child's father, Abul al-Qasim, because of his eldest son Qasim. 2 others joined the household of the Prophet during his marriage with Khadija. One of them was Zayd ibn Harith, a slave given to him by Khadija, whom he set free and later adopted. The second was Ali ibn Abu Talib, the son of his uncle Abu Talib, who is narrated to have been 5 years old at the time and who he took in support of his uncle. Abu Talib faced great financial difficulty due to a drought which occurred in Makkah. The Prophet later wed his daughter Fatima to Ali, and his lineage continued through his much-loved grandchildren Hassan and Hussein. Khadija ceaselessly supported Prophet Muhammad, both materially and spiritually, throughout their marriage of 25 years. Being the first person to believe in the Prophet, Khadija remained by his side during the most difficult of times. She is the first wife of the Prophet and the mother to all his children, with the exception of Ibrahim. The Prophet never forgot her goodness and her devotion. As is known, Prophet Muhammad did not marry any other woman while Khadija was alive, and contracted all his other marriages after her passing, based upon several important reasons. The Prophet always remembered Khadija with kindness and once said of her, "God has not given me better than her. She believed in me at a time when everyone else denied my prophethood. She affirmed me when everyone else spurned me. She put all her wealth at my service when other people withheld theirs from me. And what's more, God gave me children through Khadija." Chapter 6. The Kaaba Arbitration. The Prophet Muhammad's arbitration between the major clans of the Quraysh tribe during the renovation of the Kaaba, when he was 35 years old, carries great importance. The Quraysh wanted to rebuild the Kaaba in 605 AD, as it had been damaged by fire and flooding. During that time, news of a Byzantine ship running aground at the port of Shu'aibah near Jeddah reached Mecca. According to reports, the ship filled with marble, timber and iron for the repairs of a church in Abyssinia had been sent from Egypt to Abyssinia at the command of the Byzantine emperor. Qurayshi chief Walid ibn Mughira and others went to Shu'aibah, and just as they purchased the timber from the ship, they also invited the ship's carpenter and construction foreman, Baku, to Mecca to help repair the Kaaba. During the repairs, in which Muhammad worked alongside his uncle Abbas, carrying stones and assisting him, the Kaaba was reconstructed. However, a dispute broke out as to the placement of the black stone. No clan chief wanted to relinquish this great honour of reinserting the black stone to any other. There were even those who suggested fighting for the right. Eventually, Abu Umayyah ibn Mughira, a leader from among the Quraysh, suggested that all agree to the decision of the first person to enter from the Banu Shayba gate of the Kaaba. The Quraysh agreed and awaited that person whose decision would be binding. When the people around saw that Muhammad entered through that gate, they expressed their pleasure, saying, "There he is, Al-Amin, the trustworthy. There is Muhammad." The future prophet of Islam spread his mantle on a piece of cloth on the ground and, placing the black stone on it, invited the chiefs of the 4 major clans entrusted with repairing the Kaaba to each take one corner of the cloth. When they raised the black stone to the spot where it was to be inserted, the Prophet took it and inserted it firmly in its position. As a result, potential clan war among the Quraysh was prevented. Chapter 7. The First Revelation. Prophet Muhammad was appointed as a messenger of God when he was 40 years old. After the repairs of the Kaaba and his inserting the black stone back in its place, people began to notice that Muhammad tended towards thinking about God and seeking the ways of belief in and worship of him. Not once showing any interest in the idols of the Meccans or those of the many other Arab tribes, he reached the conclusion of the futility of worshipping idols by way of reason and conscience. It is quite possible that he was thinking along the same lines as the small number of Hanif who were trying to practice the monotheistic religion of Abraham. However, while experiencing the sorrow of not knowing what to do and how to do it, Muhammad began to take pleasure in withdrawing into solitude. As of the few years prior to his prophethood, in the month of Ramadan, he began to retreat in the secluded cave of Mount Hira as had done his grandfather Abdul Muttalib and other members of the Quraysh. When Muhammad ran out of food, he would go to the city, help the poor, circumambulate the Kaaba, take food from his home and return to the cave. From time to time, he would take Khadija with him. According to a narration from Aisha, during this period the Prophet began having sadiq, or true dreams, and this period continued for 6 months. The dreams that he saw in this period became a reality one by one. There are also accounts in the sources that state that during this period Prophet Muhammad heard voices greeting him with the words, "Peace be upon you, O Messenger of Allah." But when he turned around and looked to find no one there, he would thus become quite anxious. Authentic narrations state that these voices came from rocks and trees. Due to the above-mentioned incidents, some of them miraculous in nature, it is possible to say that this period constituted a phase of preparation for revelation. In the year 610, during the last days of the month of Ramadan, when Prophet Muhammad was in the cave of Hira, Archangel Gabriel appeared to him. It is thought that this could have occurred on the 27th night, and according to some accounts on a Monday. Gabriel informed Muhammad that Allah had assigned him as a prophet. This first revelation was reported by Prophet Muhammad as follows. That night Gabriel came to me and said, "Read, Iqra." I responded, "I am not of those who read." Upon this the angel took me, pressed me until it was almost too much to bear. Then he released me and said, "Read." I again replied, "I am not of those who read." He embraced me again firmly and said, "Read." When I responded, "What shall I read?" the angel embraced me till I had no more strength left, and after releasing me, the angel read these verses to me. "Read in and with the name of your Lord, who has created human from a clot clinging to the wall of the womb. Read, and your Lord is the All-Munificent, who has taught by the pen, taught human what he did not know." After this incident, Muhammad became anxious and fearful. He left Hira and went to his home, went to bed and told his wife Khadija to cover him. After Muhammad woke up, he told his wife what he had experienced. Khadija told Muhammad that she believed in him and reassured him by saying, "God will never disgrace you. You maintain good relations with your kin. You bear the burden of the weak. You help the poor and needy. Serve your guests generously and assist those who are afflicted by calamity." Then she took the Prophet Muhammad to Waraka ibn Nawfal, her cousin, an old Christian scholar well versed in the Holy Bible. Waraka listened to Muhammad and then told him that the being who came to him was the angel of revelation, who was sent by Allah to all the prophets. He then added, "They will call you a liar, they will treat you badly. They will wage a war against you and drive you out of this city. If I live to see those days, I will help you for the sake of Allah." After Waraka completed his words, he leaned towards Muhammad and kissed him on the forehead. With the support of Khadija and the explanations of Waraka, the Prophet returned to his home feeling much relieved. Chapter 8. Interruption in the course of revelation. A break in revelation occurred for some time following the first revelation. The interruption that divine revelation underwent when the gravity and difficulty of the first revelation had scarcely passed caused Prophet Muhammad great anxiety. He would frequently go to the cave of Hira and await the Archangel Gabriel. Yet the angel would not appear, despite the many days that had passed. These days were days of immense unease for the prophet, who began to think that God had forsaken him. Called Fatrat al-Wahi, or cessation of revelation in the sources, the length specified therein for the duration of this period ranges from a few months up to 3 years. However, it is possible to suggest that the account mentioning 3 years was confused with the 3-year period of inviting people to Islam in secrecy, as will be elaborated later, and that the duration of the break in revelation was actually much less. Prophet Muhammad saw Archangel Gabriel next on his return from Hira one day, and again, overtaken by fear and trepidation, went back home and lay in his bed. Appearing to the Prophet in his home, Gabriel recited the first few verses of the Quranic chapter entitled Al-Mudaththir. These verses stated that the time had now come to convey the divine message to the people, required first and foremost reliance on Allah when fulfilling this duty, and instructed the shunning of all impurity. It is also related that it was during this time that Archangel Gabriel taught the Prophet how to perform the ritual ablution for prayer, as well as the prayer itself. The sources recount that the Prophet, in turn, taught Khadijah what he had learned from Gabriel, and that they prayed together in their home. Chapter 9. The First Muslims. With a divine command to convey God's message to the people, Prophet Muhammad now started to invite those around him to the religion of Islam. This invitation continued for up to 3 years in secret. After Khadijah, his close friend Abu Bakr, Ali ibn Abu Talib, and Zayd ibn Harith, his daughters, Zainab, Ruqayya, and Kulthum all became Muslims. In addition to these, Abu Bakr's close friends, Uthman ibn Affan, Zubayr ibn Awam, Abdul Rahman ibn al-Auf, Talha ibn Ubaidullah, Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, Uthman ibn Madun, Sa'id ibn Zayd, Ayyash ibn Abu Rabia, and his wife Asma bint Salama, Abu Ubaidah ibn Jarrah, Arqam ibn Abdul Arqam, Abu Salama, Jafar ibn Abu Talib, and Ubaidah ibn Harith were among the individuals who came to Prophet Muhammad and accepted Islam. During this period, Prophet Muhammad performed the prayer in his own house, at secluded foothills, in the sacred mosque during the midday quiet, and was sometimes able to perform his worship together with other Muslims. In the meanwhile, he recited to them the Quranic verses that had been revealed to him, and continued his subah, or his spiritual conversations about belief in God's oneness and unity and obedience to Him, the day of judgment where human beings would be held to account for all their deeds in the world, as well as morality and virtue. He was careful not to convene and perform congregational worship in places and at times where the Meccan polytheists gathered. During this period of secrecy, the Prophet and the Muslims assembled in the house of Arqam ibn Abu al-Arqam, who had accepted Islam at a young age. Arqam's house was located at the foot of Safa Hill. Alongside being a place where they could comfortably meet with those coming to Mecca for pilgrimage, the house of Arqam provided a place of solidarity where the Muslims could meet with Prophet Muhammad. Activities in the house continued until Umar ibn al-Khattab's becoming Muslim. Dar al-Arqam, the house of Arqam, a phrase used in the sources to indicate the time when the companions embraced Islam, assumed its place in history through the role that it played in Islam's conquering hearts. Chapter 10. Open Invitation. The beginning of the public invitation. The public invitation to Islam started in Makkah after the 4th year of prophethood. The Prophet Muhammad's first and most important addressees were the Quraysh. Placing their idols in and around the Kaaba, the Quraysh had managed both the major and minor pilgrimages, known as the Hajj and Umrah, since the time of Abraham and Ishmael, and for this reason held a position of privilege and esteem among the other tribes. They erected the idols of various tribes both inside and around the Kaaba in order to take full advantage of the visiting pilgrims. Difficult days awaited the Prophet, who continued to invite members of his family and close friends to Islam. This was because he was now instructed to openly convey the truths revealed to him to the Meccan polytheists, and commanded to warn all those he could reach, starting with those closest to him. The Prophet began this arduous struggle, which was to continue for close to 20 years until the conquest of Mecca, with a feast to which he invited his closest relatives. About 45 people, members of the Banu Hashim and Banu al-Muttalib clans of the Quraysh tribe, attended this banquet. However, after the meal, the Prophet's uncle Abu Lahab took the floor, and not giving the Prophet a chance to speak, said, "I have never seen a person bring as bad a thing to this tribe as you have brought." Upon this, all the guests left. Greatly saddened by this adverse outcome, the Prophet organized another meeting a few days later. Explaining to his invitees that God was one, that he had no partner or equal, that he himself believed and trusted in him, and that he would not lie to his guests, the Prophet continued his words by saying, "I have been sent as a messenger to you in particular, and to all humanity in general. I swear by Allah, you will die just as you fall asleep. You will be resurrected just as you wake from sleep. You will be called to account for your deeds. You will receive reward in response for your goodness and punishment in response to your evil. Both paradise and the fire are eternal. You are the first I have warned." The Prophet's uncle Abu Talib declared that he was impressed by the Prophet's words and that he would support him, but that he would not abandon the religion of his forefathers. His other uncle Abu Lahab told his relatives to prevent the Prophet, that they would be humiliated if they accepted his invitation, and that they would be killed if they protected him. Upon hearing this, Abu Talib declared that he would protect his nephew as long as he lived. Abu Lahab and his wife were in constant opposition to the Prophet, showed bitter enmity towards him, and in particular followed him when he met with people who came from outside Makkah only to contradict him, announce him a liar and sorcerer, and claim that he had caused dissension within his tribe. It is for this reason that a Quranic chapter bearing Abu Lahab's name was revealed, stating that both he and his wife were doomed to perish in the fire. Despite the fact that the Quran contains explicit statements of the words, actions, and even intentions of those who showed hostility to the Prophet and the Muslims, none of their names, with the exception of Abu Lahab, have been mentioned. Climbing to the top of the hill as-Safa one day, the Prophet decided to convey the message of Islam to all the people of Makkah, declaring to all those gathered there, If I were to inform you that an enemy host was about to attack you from behind that hill, would you believe me?" They answered, "Yes, we would. We had never before seen you lie." The prophet then said, "God has commanded me to warn my nearest relatives. You are my tribe of the nearest kindred. I will not be able to do anything for you in the hereafter unless you proclaim that there is no deity but Allah." The leading figures of the Quraysh had not opposed Prophet Muhammad's invitation to Islam too sternly in the beginning. However, when the Prophet began reciting the revelations criticizing idolatry and announcing that the idolaters would be doomed to the fire, they started to see his message as a great threat, began to show bitter hostility, and took to doing whatever they could to prevent his inviting others to this message. Moreover, they were concerned that the triumph of belief in one God and the subsequent end of idolatry would lead to their losing their superiority in the eyes of the other Arab tribes, as well as their commercial prospects and advantages. On the other hand, the Quraysh, who possessed a strong ancestral culture as the natural result of tribal allegiance, assigned great value to those traditions inherited from their forebears. They considered idol worship as a cult that needed to be preserved without question, and reiterating this issue frequently, refused to abandon the beliefs and worship of their forefathers. The morality of the Quraysh was also not at a level that would have made it easy for them to accept the invitation of the last prophet. In a Makkan society where an ignorant mentality was prevalent, alongside harmful habits such as alcohol indulgence, gambling, adultery and lying, the earning of unlawful profits, as well as exploitation and oppression fed by financial power and feelings of tribal superiority were also dominant. Criticizing these attitudes, the Quran announced that superiority among human beings was based on reverence to the Creator and compassion to his creation. It warned that those who acted otherwise would be subjected to punishment in the hereafter. The Quraysh began to humiliate and insult Prophet Muhammad when they saw that he was gaining support as time went by, and due to his criticism of their beliefs and attitudes. After a certain time, they did not refrain from resorting to violence. The sources at times provide detailed accounts of the ruthless punishment, torment and torture that the Makkan polytheists inflicted on the Muslims. In particular, the persecution exacted by notorious Makkans such as Abu Jahl, Abu Sufyan, Abu Lahab, Umayyah ibn Khalaf, Walid ibn Mughira, Uqba ibn Abi Mu'ayt and Hakam ibn Abi Alas constituted a great stain upon humanity. Those most affected by their persecution were families, slaves and concubines who came from outside Makkah. They would be left to starve, laid out on the hot desert sands and have rocks piled on top of them. The Yasir family endured the most brutal of these tortures. Coming to Makkah in search of his missing brother, Yasir was taken under the protection of Abu Huzaifa from the Banu Makhzum tribe and married his concubine Sumayya. The famous companion Ammar ibn Yasir was born of this marriage. Yasir, Sumayya and Ammar were among the first Muslims and responded with patience to the torment and torture of the polytheists. Eventually, Sumayya, killed under Abu Jahl's brutal torture, earned the title of the first martyr in the history of Islam. Yasir was also killed under torture on the same day. Ammar, who survived, reached the point when he was no longer able to bear the excruciating torment and was forced to speak in favour of the idols Lat and Uzza and against the Prophet. Just as soon as he escaped the persecution, he went to Prophet Muhammad and explained the situation to him. The Prophet, seeing the great distress that Ammar suffered, asked him what he had felt while uttering those words. Ammar replied that there was no change whatsoever in his faithful heart. Upon this, informing him that there was nothing wrong with his behaving in such a manner under these conditions, providing he kept his belief, the Prophet advised him to act in the same manner if he was subjected to the same treatment again. Those weak and enslaved, such as Bilal al-Habashi, Suhaib from Rum, Byzantium, Habab ibn Arat, and Abu Fuqayya, and concubines such as Zinire, Ubays, Nabdiyya, and Lubayna, also faced great torment for the sake of their beliefs. Among the slaves, Bilal al-Habashi, the first person to accept Islam after Khadija, was subjected to severe torture by his master, Umayyah ibn Khalaf. He was dragged through the streets of Makkah, a rope being tied around his neck and given to the hands of children. At noon, Umayyah ibn Khalaf would lay him out on hot sands, put huge scorching stones on his chest, demand him to abandon belief in the one God, and profess belief in the Lat and Uzza idols instead. Notwithstanding all this suffering, Bilal, having great difficulty breathing, would proclaim his unwavering belief, saying, "He is one! He is one!" On the other hand, well-to-do Muslims were also exposed to various kinds of persecution and punishment. For instance, Uthman's uncle, Hakan ibn Abi Alas, exerted great pressure on him by cutting off his financial support, and tried to thus force him to abandon his belief. Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas faced the resistance of his mother. A verse was even revealed for this reason, stating that obedience to parents was not necessary when they urged their children to deny God. Abu Ubaidah ibn Jarrah faced great hostility from his father after becoming Muslim. Abdullah ibn Masud was beaten unconscious because he publicly recited God's revelation at the Kaaba. He was left covered in blood. While Musab ibn Umayr was the son of an affluent family and grew up in prosperity, he faced strong reaction from his family because of his acceptance of Islam, and was deprived of any kind of financial support, with even his clothes being taken from him. When Abu Dar from the Ghifar tribe announced his having become Muslim, the Meccan polytheists beat him thrice, leaving him for dead. Holding a position of repute in Mecca, Abu Bakr had a place of worship surrounded by strong and high walls constructed in the garden of his house, because praying or reciting the Quran in public had been outlawed. Above and beyond these, the streets that Prophet Muhammad himself used had filth and thorns thrown on them. His house was stoned, and there was even an attempt to suffocate him with tripe being thrown onto him during his prostration in prayer. His uncle Abu Lahab and his wife Jamil, Abu Sufyan's younger sister in particular, caused the Prophet much grief. Jamil forced her 2 sons to divorce their wives, both of whom were Muhammad's daughters. Upon this Quranic verse was revealed. May both hands of Abu Lahab be ruined, and ruined are they. His wealth has not availed him, nor his gains. He will enter a flaming fire to roast, and with him his wife, carrier of firewood and of evil tales and slander. Chapter 11. Emigration to Abyssinia. As Islam gradually spread in Mecca, the attitudes of the Meccan polytheists towards the Muslims became even harsher, and their verbal opposition was now joined with physical intervention. Experiencing utmost anguish and sorrow at the oppression and torture that his companion suffered, but being unable to prevent these, the Prophet advised the Muslims to emigrate to Abyssinia, where they could freely practice their religion and where they would be safe and secure. The Christian king of Abyssinia, the Negus Asham, was a just ruler who treated his subjects well. Indicating as such, the Prophet said, "Go to Abyssinia if you wish, for therein is a ruler in whose land no one is oppressed. That land is one of fairness and justice. Stay there until God grants ease." Upon this advice, a convoy of Muslims comprising 11 men and 4 women set out for Abyssinia from the port of Shuaibah in the year 615. Included in the convoy were important names in Islamic history, such as Uthman and his wife, the Prophet's daughter Ruqayya, Zubayr ibn Awam, Musab ibn Umayr, Abdul Rahman ibn al-Auf, and Abu Salama and his wife Salama. This incident, which bears importance as the first hijrah or emigration in Islam, also enabled Prophet Muhammad to make contact with Africa in the first years of his prophethood. It became clear from the reports of Uthman, who returned to Mecca 1 year later, that the Muslims had been well received there. For this reason, a second, larger convoy emigrated to Abyssinia, under the leadership of Ja'far ibn Abi Talib. With this convoy, the number of people who emigrated to Abyssinia reached 108. In response to the increasing number of Muslim emigrants, the Quraysh sent a delegation to Abyssinia to request the return of the Meccans who had emigrated there. The Negus called representatives from the Muslims also, in order to hear claims from both sides. Ja'far ibn Abi Talib spoke on behalf of the Abyssinian emigrants. His words are significant in terms of exemplifying the great transformation that Islam brought about in its first addressees. Ja'far told the Negus, "O king, we were a people in a state of ignorance and immorality, worshipping idols and eating carrion, committing all sorts of abomination and shameful deeds, breaking the ties of kinship, mistreating guests, and the strong among us exploited the weak. We remained in this state until God sent us a prophet, one of our own people, whose lineage, truthfulness, trustworthiness, and integrity were well known to us. He called us to worship God alone, and to renounce the stones and the idols which we and our ancestors used to worship besides God. He commanded us to speak the truth, to honour our promises, to be kind to our relations, to be helpful to our neighbours, to cease all forbidden acts, to abstain from bloodshed, to avoid obscenities and false witness, and not to appropriate an orphan's property, nor slander chaste women. We believed in him and what he brought to us from Allah." After hearing both sides, the Negus refused the request of the Quraysh that the Muslims be returned. The Muslims stayed in Ethiopia for quite some time. 33 people from the Abyssinian emigrants returned to Mecca in 620, after the end of the boycott, which will be described later. Some of the remaining emigrants willingly left Abyssinia for Medina after the emigration, while the last group returned in the 7th year following the emigration, in 628. In the meantime, while the Quraysh sent another delegation after the Battle of Badr to again request the return of the Muslims, the Negus once again rejected their demands. Chapter 12. The Boycott. The Quraysh decided to counteract the power of influence that the Prophet gained with Hamza and Umar's acceptance of Islam, stating that they would not abide by the existing ties of kinship and law with the Banu Hashim and Banu Muttalib. They declared these two clans as enemies and forbade any communication, trade and any contract of marriage with them. They wrote up the terms of such a boycott and hung them on the wall of the Kaaba. In the face of this social boycott, Abu Talib gathered his nephew and his nephew's followers in the valley of Abu Talib with the purpose of protecting them. The Prophet moved here from the house of Arqam, where he had continued his efforts to convey Islam. With the exception of Abu Lahab and his sons, who chose to side with the polytheists, all members of the Banu Hashim and Banu Muttalib, whether Muslim or not, were forced to move there and live under boycott for a period of up to 3 years, between the years 616 and 619. Khadija and Abu Talib exhausted all their wealth in these years of hardship. Outside of the pilgrimage season and the sacred months, it was not possible to engage in trade activities or leave for the purpose of buying or selling. On the days when trade was permitted, the polytheists would make things very difficult for them by increasing the prices. Finally, some right-minded individuals, such as the son of Abu Talib's sister, Zuhayr ibn Umayyah, and Hisham ibn Amr, spoke to leading members of the Quraysh, Mutin ibn Adi and Zama ibn Aswad. After gaining both their support, they went to the valley of Abu Talib and released those living there, thus putting an end to the boycott. Chapter 13. The Year of Sorrow. In the 10th year of prophethood, the Prophet's uncle Abu Talib, who had given him constant support, and his wife Khadija, with whom he had shared a happy life for 25 years, passed away only 3 days apart from one another, on 10th of Ramadan, which corresponds to 19th April 620. Their demise deeply saddened the Prophet and the Muslims. Thus, this year came to be known as the Year of Sorrow. Becoming the leader of the Banu Hashim with the death of Abu Talib, Abu Lahab, who had not accepted the prophethood of Muhammad, consented to take the Prophet under his protection due to the insistence of his sisters. However, sometime later he changed his mind, having been spurred on by Uqba ibn Abi Mu'ayt and Abu Jahl. For this reason, the Prophet is later only able to re-enter Makkah under the protection of another Qurayshi on his return from Taif. Chapter 14. Inviting the people of Taif to Islam. In line with developments in Makkah, the Quraysh's hard treatment of Prophet Muhammad continued to increase. There was virtually nothing left for the Quraysh to do in terms of the communication of Islam. In the period spanning the 10th year of prophethood until the emigration, the Prophet turned his focus outside Makkah in communicating the message of Islam to the people. Taking Zayd ibn Harith with him, the Prophet went to Taif, where the Thaqif tribe lived. He invited the 3 sons of the leading tribal figure Amr ibn Umayr, Abd Yalil, Mas'ud and Habib to Islam, as well as other important members of the tribe. Not only did none of the Thaqif, who were related to and had commercial ties with the Quraysh, accept the Prophet's invitation, they also did not respect his request to at least keep secret his invitation. On top of that, they incited the city's mob to stone both him and Zayd ibn Harith. Trying to protect the Prophet, whose feet were left bleeding due to the stones being hurled at them, Zayd's head was also injured. The physical and mental torment that the people of Taif inflicted, continued until the Prophet entered the orchard of the Qurayshi Utbah ibn Rabi'ah and his brother Shayba. During these difficult times, the Prophet sought refuge in his Lord, expressed his full submission to him, and asked for his approval and help. In the meantime, Adas, a slave belonging to the orchard's owners, brought the Prophet a plate of grapes. The Prophet, saying, "In the name of Allah," before eating the grapes, caught Adas' attention, and the two began conversing. When Adas said that he was a Christian from Nineveh, the Prophet responded, telling him that Nineveh was the home of Prophet Jonah. Adas asked him how he knew this. Prophet Muhammad replied, "He is my brother and a messenger of Allah. I too am a messenger of Allah." Profoundly affected by the Prophet's words, Adas accepted Islam then and there. After resting for a while, Prophet Muhammad left Taif in order to return to Mecca. The Prophet needed to find a member of the Quraysh who would take him under their protection in order for him to enter the city. The many people that he appealed to while waiting at Mount Hira refused his request. Eventually, he was able to enter Mecca under the protection of Mutim ibn Addi, chief of the Banu Nawfal subclan of the Quraysh tribe. As is related in various prophetic traditions, when Aisha asked Prophet Muhammad whether he had experienced a day more difficult than the day of the Battle of Uhud, he reminded her of his return from Taif and said, "When I recovered, I raised my head and saw a cloud which had cast its shadow on me, with Gabriel in it. Gabriel told me that so long as I wished, the angel who could destroy the people of Mecca was given to my command. This angel approached me, but I replied, I rather wish that Allah will raise from among their descendants people who will worship the one God, and who will not ascribe partners to him in worship." Chapter 15. The Night Journey and Ascension. Following both the death of loved ones who were always of great support to him and the cruelties inflicted by the Taif townspeople, God honoured Prophet Muhammad with the ascension, allowing him to travel to the spiritual realms. One night, accompanied by Archangel Gabriel, the Prophet was taken from the sacred mosque in Mecca to the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. From there, he was raised to the great station known as Sidratul Muntaha, the highest point of any created being's rise and nearness to God. Thereafter, the Prophet was raised to Allah's presence, transcending space and time. This miracle served as an indication that Islam would now move beyond Mecca, where it had been confined for the past 10 years, and spread to distant lands and nations. During this spiritual journey, Prophet Muhammad had led the prayer before the souls of all the previous prophets, some of whose followers remained in his day and at present. The first part of this journey is called the Night Journey, or Isra, and is described in the 17th chapter of the Quran, which bears the same name. As for the Ascension, known as Miraj, it is described in the first verses of the chapter entitled Al-Najm, and is confirmed through many prophetic traditions. That the Ascension occurred 1 year before the emigration on the 27th night of the month of Rajab has been generally accepted. The Ascension elevated the spirituality of the Prophet, consolidated the faith of the believers, and increased the hostility of the polytheists. When the Prophet related this incident to the Meccans, they denied it, dismissing it as fanciful and fabricated. Despite the fact that they received correct information in response to their questions regarding the exact whereabouts of a caravan returning to Mecca from Jerusalem, they persisted in their denial. Even if the polytheists wanted to put Abu Bakr in an awkward position by mockingly relating the situation to him, he affirmed its veracity, saying, "If Muhammad says this, then it must be true," and thus took on the title of Al-Siddiq, meaning verifier of the truth. The 5 daily prayers were enjoined on this night. The last verses of the Quranic chapter Al-Baqarah were revealed on this night, and the forgiveness of all those who do not associate partners with God was proclaimed. The following principles commanded in the chapter relating directly to this night are significant in terms of demonstrating Islam's basic approach to certain issues. 1. To worship none other than God. 2. To treat one's parents with the best of kindness. 3. To give relatives, the destitute, and travellers their due. 4. Not to be miserly or squander one's wealth. 5. Not to kill children for fear of poverty. 6. Not to draw near to any unlawful sexual intercourse. 7. Not to kill. 8. Not to usurp the property of orphans. 9. To keep promises. 10. To be accurate in measurements. 11. Not to pursue that of which one has no knowledge. And 12. Not to walk on the earth in self-conceit or arrogance. Chapter 16. The Aqaba Allegiance. From the first years of his prophethood, Prophet Muhammad showed great efforts to convey the message to those coming to Mecca for pilgrimage, as well as those coming to the city's fairs for trade. The most fruitful of these contacts were those he made with the people of Yathrib. In the pilgrimage season of his 11th year of prophethood, in 620, the Prophet encountered a group of 6 people from Yathrib in Aqaba, a secluded place in Mina, and spoke to them about Islam. These people, all members of the Hazraj tribe, accepted and became Muslim. Among them, Asad ibn Zurara promised that he would return to Yathrib, convey the new religion to both his own tribe and to the Aus tribe, and meet the Prophet again at Aqaba 1 year later. Many people became Muslim as a result of the great efforts of this group of 6 Yathribites who formed the essence of the Ansar community, and whose services to Islam were significant. In the following year, the 12th year of prophethood, Dhul Hijjaj, or July 621, 12 people, 10 from the Khazraj and 2 from the Aus tribe, secretly met with the Prophet at Aqaba. The Yathribites swore allegiance to the Prophet, affirming that they would not associate partners with God, not steal or commit fornication or adultery, that they would not kill their children, not slander, and that they would honour the messenger's instructions and commands. This pledge is known as the First Aqaba Allegiance. Prophet Muhammad sent Mus'ab ibn Umayr back with his delegation to Yathrib so that he could teach the people of Yathrib the Quran and Islam, invite others to Islam, and lead them in prayer. In the span of just 1 year, the efforts of Mus'ab ibn Umayr, residing in the house of Asad ibn Zurara at the time, were such that Yathrib's leading figures, including chieftains of the Asad ibn Muhad and Usaid ibn Qudair, had become Muslim and the city had become a land of emigration. And so, in the pilgrimage season of the 13th year of prophethood, 622, 75 Yathribite Muslims, 2 of them women, joined a convoy of pilgrims to Makkah, some of them not yet having accepted Islam. At the completion of the pilgrimage, they met with the Prophet once again at Aqaba, and again in secret. The Prophet had gone to Aqaba with his uncle Abbas, who had not yet become Muslim. Upon the Yathribites inviting him to their city, Prophet Muhammad first recited some verses from the Quran and then gave them words of encouragement in relation to the need for them to hold fast to the religion of Islam. He then listed the terms of the second pledge of allegiance: that they would protect the Prophet Muhammad and the Meccans in the event that they emigrated, as they would protect their own lives, children, wives and property. That they would remain committed to the Prophet's instructions in times of ease as well as difficulty. That they would provide financial support in times of abundance as well as hardship. That they would enjoin the good and forbid the evil, and that they would fear no one in their devotion to truth and justice. Every single Yathribite agreed to these stipulations and pledged their commitment to the Prophet. Prophet Muhammad requested them to select 12 representatives, known as Naqib, from among them, to facilitate communication with him. As such, they chose 9 members of the Hazraj and 3 from the Aus tribe. The Prophet assigned from the Hazraj representative of the Banu Najjar Asad ibn Zurara as the head of the other 12 representatives. Due to the fact that the second Aqaba allegiance encompassed matters dealing with defence, it also came to be known as the Pledge of War, or Bayat al-Harb. In actual fact, Yathrib was located at a strategic point that would enable developments to the detriment of the Quraysh. Caravans travelling to Syria, Palestine and Iraq from the north had no other option than to pass through the surrounds of this city. On the other hand, many lives were lost in the last battle of the 120-year war between the Aus and the Hazraq tribes at Bu'ath. It was hoped that the hostility between them would come to an end by virtue of the new religion. Thus, Aisha observed, "Bu'ath was a day prepared for God's messenger." Chapter 17. The Emigration. Hijrah. The Emigration to Yathrib, Medina. After the second Aqaba allegiance, Prophet Muhammad granted permission to his companions to emigrate to Yathrib. Upon such permission being given, the first to emigrate were Amr ibn Rabi'ah and his wife Layla bint Hasma. The other companions then began to leave Makkah in groups. It is important to note at this point that there were a few companions who had left Makkah for Yathrib prior to this. They were Abu Salama al-Makhzumi and his wife Salama, who emigrated before the first Aqaba allegiance, and Musab ibn Umayrah and Abdullah ibn Maktum, who the Prophet sent as his envoys to Yathrib following the first Aqaba allegiance in order to convey the message of Islam. In general, emigration was carried out in secret. This was because the Qurayshi polytheists did not want to allow the Muslims to leave Makkah, did whatever was in their power to prevent them from emigrating, and went as far as imprisoning some of the Muslims. For instance, when Abu Salama and his wife Salama returned to Makkah from Abyssinia, and Abu Salama had made preparations to take his wife and son Salama with him to Yathrib, just as they were about to set off, Salama's family did not allow her to go. For this reason, Abu Salama was forced to emigrate alone, leaving his wife and child in Mecca. On the other hand, in reaction to what Salama's family had done, Abu Salama's family took young Salama away from his mother. With the deep anguish of separation from both her husband and her son, Salama wept for an entire year. Her relatives eventually showed mercy and allowed her to go to Yathrib. Abu Salama's family handed Salama back to his mother. Salama left Mecca on her own, taking her son with her. She reached Quba accompanied by Uthram ibn Talha, whom she encountered along the way, and reunited with Abu Salama there. Hisham ibn Alas had made preparations for emigration, but was chained and imprisoned by his own father, As ibn Wa'il, as well as other polytheists. Ayash ibn Abu Rabia managed to reach Quba after leaving Mecca. Yet his brothers Abu Jahl and Harith ibn Hisham caught up with him here, and, having claimed that his elderly mother was in a distraught state due to his having left, persuaded him to return to Mecca, where they consequently imprisoned him. Hisham ibn Alas and Ayash ibn Abu Rabia were only able to escape in the 7th year after the emigration, 629, and thus left for Medina. Becoming aware of Suhaib ibn Sinan al-Rumi's plans to emigrate, the Meccans did not repay their debts to him, and on top of that seized his property and personal effects. Suhaib was only able to emigrate after leaving to the Meccans everything that he had earned until that day. At this juncture, Umar's emigration carries special importance. After circumambulating the Kaaba and performing 2 units of prayer, Umar left for his journey in open defiance of the polytheists. After permission to emigrate had been granted, the majority of the companions emigrated to Medina over a relatively short period of time. Remaining behind were Prophet Muhammad and Abu Bakr with their families, Ali and his mother, those who were not physically able to emigrate, as well as those whose emigration was prevented by the Meccans. Meanwhile, Abu Bakr's repeated requests to emigrate were answered with the Prophet's words, "Don't be in a hurry. It may be that God will grant you a companion." Seeing that the Muslims were giving up their homes, possessions and assets for their faith with a never-before-seen spirit of sacrifice and emigrating to Yathrib, the Quraysh started to worry that the Prophet too, one day going there, would together with his companions pose a threat to them. They met at Dar al-Nadwa, council chambers, to determine the course of action they would pursue in the face of such developments. In the meeting, to which no members of the Prophet's clan, the Banu Hashim, were invited, suggestions that the Prophet be sent to exile or imprisoned were put forward. Eventually they decided, on the suggestion of Abu Jahl, to kill the Prophet, and, so as to prevent a blood feud with the Banu Hashim, settled on this being carried out not by one individual, but by a group of representatives from all clans. Learning of this assassination plot from Quranic revelation, the Prophet immediately took action, going to Abu Bakr's house and beginning preparations for emigration together with him. They hired Abdullah ibn Uraykit as a guide to show them the way. As well as being a polytheist, Abdullah ibn Uraykit was a trustworthy and brave man. Abu Bakr gave him the 2 camels that he had prepared for emigration, and agreed to meet him 3 days later at the foothills of Mount Thawr. Prophet Muhammad assigned Ali the duty of ensuring that the polytheist did not suspect his having left his home, and returning items that had been entrusted to him back to their rightful owners. Setting out in the middle of the night, Prophet Muhammad and Abu Bakr reached Mount Thawr, located to Makkah southwest, and hid in a cave therein. Throughout the 3 days of their hiding there, Abu Bakr's son Abdullah would visit them under cover of night and report on the developments in Makkah. Moreover, Amr ibn Fuhaira, who used to herd Abu Bakr's sheep, brought the Prophet and his companion milk and food by shepherding his flock of sheep up the mountain to the cave. He later emigrated with them. The Meccan polytheists were shocked to find Ali in the Prophet's house instead of the Prophet himself. They asked Ali where he was, beating and apprehending him when they could not get an answer. Ali was later released. The Quraysh tried to obtain information from Asma, Abu Bakr's daughter. Abu Jahl had no qualms assaulting Asma when he could not obtain the information he wanted. The idolaters did not find the Prophet in Makkah. Realizing that Prophet Muhammad had left Makkah, the Quraysh commenced a search of the surroundings and sent envoys to neighbouring places. At one stage, they came all the way to the entrance of Mount Thawr. However, as a result of the divine command, the cave's entrance was covered with a cobweb, and thus they returned, supposing that no one could possibly be in there. When in front of the cave's entrance, Abu Bakr became overcome with apprehension that they might be noticed. The Prophet calmed Abu Bakr, saying, "Do not grieve, God is surely with us," as expressed in the Quran. As was decided upon beforehand, guide Abdullah ibn Uraykit came to Mount Thawr with the camels after 3 days. They set out from Mount Thawr to Yathrib along the coastal road. The caravan took a different path towards their destination instead of the well-known and travelled roads, and sometimes they preferred to go through steep mountain crossings or through the middle of the desert, lest the Quraysh should find them. While the Quraysh, who appealed to various ways to find them, pledged to give 100 camels to any person who did so, they were unsuccessful. Suraka ibn Malik, a very proficient tracker who wanted to win the promised prize, reached the caravan. However, the feet of his camel miraculously became lodged in the sand. As he tried to escape, Suraka abandoned his tracking. A similar threat was experienced when they passed through the lands of the Aslam tribe. Tribal chieftain Buraida ibn Husayb intercepted the convoy. However, after conversing briefly with the Prophet, both he and his tribe embraced Islam. Buraida accompanied the convoy until they left the lands of his tribe. When they reached Jufa, the point of intersection between the emigration route and the one followed by caravans, Prophet Muhammad remembered the road to Makkah and became grieved with the longing he felt for the city. Upon this, the verse giving the glad tidings of the return to Makkah, from which he was forced to emigrate due to severe persecution by means of victory over his enemies, was revealed. There were certain positive episodes that took place during the emigration. For instance, in order to purchase something to eat, the convoy stopped at the tent in which Ma'bad Atika bint Khalid resided. Here the Prophet began to milk a doe too scrawny to join the rest of the herd and whose udder had gone dry. He began by invoking the name of Allah. The doe then provided enough milk as to feed to their full all those who were present. Ma'bad later related the incident to her husband, who returned to the tent, and upon her husband's insistence provided a florid description of the messenger. Her expressions have become the subject matter of the Hilya literature and have survived until the present day. News of the Prophet's departure from Mecca had reached the Yathribite Muslims, and they became anxious due to the convoy's delayed arrival. Eagerly expecting his arrival, they would go out each morning to the outskirts of the city, to the Hara district, and await his arrival there until the sun became unbearable. They were returning to their homes on a Monday, the 8th of Rabi al-Awwal, 20th September 622, as they had on previous days when a Jewish girl on the roof of a 3-story house saw the approaching convoy. She realized that this convoy was the awaited one, and she announced its arrival by crying out loudly. Upon hearing this, the Muslims rushed to Hara to greet the Prophet Muhammad. The Prophet stayed as a guest in Quba, 1 hour's distance from Yathrib, in the house of Kulthum ibn Hidn. He stayed in Quba for several days and had a mosque built there. In the meantime, Ali had returned the trusts left to him by the Prophet to their rightful owners, as the Prophet had instructed him to do, and had left Mecca. Hiding by day and travelling by night, he finally arrived in Quba and met up with the Prophet there. It is reported that Ali's mother, Fatima bint Asad, the Prophet's wife, Sauda bint Zama, his daughters Fatima and Kulsum, and Abu Bakr's family also came to Quba. Moreover, it is also narrated that the families of the Prophet and Abu Bakr later emigrated, accompanied by Zayd ibn Harith and Abu Rafi, who had come from Medina. The Prophet set out from Quba to Yathrib with his convoy on the 12th of Rabi al-Awwal, 24th September 622, on a Friday. When the time for the Friday prayer set in, the Prophet visited the Salim ibn Auf tribe in the Ranuna valley. There he recited his first Friday sermon, then leading the prayer. After first praising and exalting Allah, he asserted that human beings would most certainly be judged in the hereafter, that everyone would be held accountable for the people under their authority, and that nothing could avail them after death save the deeds of righteousness they performed while in the world. He counselled them to be prepared for the hereafter by competing to carry out good deeds, whether great or small. Setting out for Yathrib after the prayer, the Prophet was welcomed with great fervour by the townsfolk. There was an atmosphere of celebration and festivity in Medina, the likes of which had never been seen before. Everyone, young and old alike, lined up on both sides of the road, greeting Prophet Muhammad in great jubilation. All the while tambourines were being played, and the following verses gave voice to the overwhelming emotions experienced. Oh, the white moon rose over us from the valley of Wada, and we owe it to show gratefulness where the call is to Allah. O you who were raised among us, coming with a word to be obeyed, you have brought to this city nobleness. Welcome, best caller, to God's way. Everyone wanted the Prophet to stay in their house and persisted with their invitations. The Prophet entered the city on his camel, Kaswa, greeting the people and thanking them. He entered the city saying that he would stay in the house closest to the point where his camel came to rest, and became a guest at Abu Ayyub al-Ansari or Khalid ibn Zayd's house. As such, the Meccan period, a time of great suffering and pain, had come to an end, and a new period had begun in Islamic history. Yathrib was now known as Madinat al-Rasul, denoting the city of the Prophet, or Madina al-Munawwara. In the sources that relate the events connected to the exodus of Prophet Muhammad from Mecca, his arrival in Quba, and his entry into Medina, different dates are reported. Careful consideration of these accounts reveals that the people of Mecca decided upon assassinating the Prophet on Thursday 9th September 622. That the Prophet learned about this situation, leaving the city and going to the cave of Thawr the same night. That he stayed there from the 10th through the 12th September 622. Left the cave on Monday the 1st Rabi al-Awwal, 13th September 622, and arrived in Quba, and that he entered Medina on Friday 12th Rabi al-Awwal, 24th September 622. Chapter 18. First activities in Medina. The emigration constitutes a very important event which allowed Prophet Muhammad to fulfill his duties of prophethood under more auspicious conditions, and which enabled the spread of Islam. The greatest aim of the last prophet was to convey the message of the Quran, to teach the religion through his lived example, and to increase the number of believers, thus enabling the transmission of the religion to future generations without alteration. To this end, he resolved to make specific arrangements and take certain precautions. Encouraging the believers to be perfected servants of God who have attained God's approval and pleasure, he took measures aimed at ensuring the harmony and social solidarity among them, giving specific directions and advice. In this regard, the Prophet instructed the exchange of greetings, looking out for the poor, not neglecting relatives, and waking for prayer in the hours of the night when others were still asleep, promising paradise for those who did so. There was first and foremost the need for a mosque that would constitute the centre of the Muslim community. In the Meccan period, Muslims had very limited opportunity to come together for worship and listen to the Messenger. With the increase in the number of Muslims, particularly after the first Aqaba allegiance, Asad ibn Zurara commissioned the construction of a mosque facing Jerusalem at the site used for drying dates, and where the Prophet's mosque would later be built. While the Muslims in Mecca were yet unable to perform their Friday prayers, those living in Medina were able to pray in congregation here. Upon entering Medina, Prophet Muhammad decided to build a mosque at the place at which his camel knelt and purchased the land belonging to two orphan children, Sabul and Suhail, for this purpose. During the construction, lasting about 7 months, the Prophet was a guest in the house of Abu Ayyub al-Ansari, and here received a pledge of allegiance from the men, and at another house a pledge of allegiance from the women. Being one of the 2 places of worship built by the Prophet himself, the other being Quba, the Prophet's mosque had 3 doors with its direction of prayer facing Jerusalem. Prayers were performed facing Jerusalem until the direction of prayer was changed towards the Kaaba, in accordance with the verses revealed 16 or 17 months after the emigration. The Prophet's mosque was first and foremost a place of worship. However, during the Age of Happiness, it was the centre of virtually all the Prophet's activities, principally education and teaching. The place where political and military developments were discussed and various decisions made, where the wounded were treated, where prisoners of war or offenders were held in custody, where war spoils were kept, where delegations of Muslim tribes, envoys and guests were hosted, where judicial cases were conducted, where marriages were announced, or where various ceremonies held was again the Prophet's mosque. Prophet Muhammad fulfilled all the requirements of his duty of prophethood in his mosque and in his house adjoining the mosque, and conveyed and taught the newly revealed Quranic verses here. Meanwhile, he commissioned the construction of the antechamber known as the Sufa, covered with branches of the date palm at the back of the Prophet's mosque for the accommodation of the dispossessed and those companions seeking an education. Those taking shelter or studying here came to be known as the Ashab al-Sufa, or the Sufa companions. Prophet Muhammad chose from among the Sufa companions when establishing committees who would travel outside Medina for diplomatic purposes or to convey the message of Islam. Immediately after the emigration, the Prophet declared the emigrants as a brother or sister of a Muslim from the Aus or Khazraj tribes. This arrangement of brotherhood provided significant opportunity for the unification of the Muslim society, as well as the provision of material and moral support for the emigrants who had left all their possessions in Mecca. In line with the pledge that the Medinan Muslims made to the Prophet at Aqaba, they accepted and embraced the emigrants as their own siblings, sharing all the resources at their disposal as well as their homes with them. However much the Medinans wanted to share their property rights, together with their gardens of date palms and other assets with the emigrants, the latter responded with gratitude for their noble gesture and did not accept their offer. The Prophet ultimately declared that property rights remained with the Medinans, while the Meccans could have a share of the produce in proportion to their effort, and thus the profits earned through joint efforts were shared. This display of solidarity and cooperation between the Medinan Muslims and the emigrants was openly praised in the Quran, with the statement, "Those who have believed and emigrated to the home of Islam, and striven hard with their wealth and persons in God's cause, and those who give refuge to them and help them. Those illustrious ones are friends and protectors of one another, and can inherit from one another." The Medinan Muslims who welcomed the Meccan emigrants and helped them came to be known as the Ansar, the helpers. Following the establishment of such a brotherhood, inheritance provisions were deemed valid for a period of time. However, after the Battle of Badr, these were abolished and inheritance was restricted to blood relations only. By establishing this bond of brotherhood, the Prophet not only fulfilled the needs of the emigrants who were in dire circumstances, but also enabled an understanding of brotherhood based on religion to supplant that which was based on tribe. Provisions on the order of cooperation, mutual support and counsel, which remained outside the law of inheritance forever, remained in force, and with the broadening of the institution in this sense, all believers were declared brothers. Emigration to Medina continued for the period extending until the conquest of Mecca. In the early years of the Medinan period, Prophet Muhammad mandated the emigration to Medina of all those who came to him from both Mecca and the surrounds of Medina to pledge their allegiance. Furthermore, he would not approve of those having emigrated to Medina later leaving, and prayed to God for emigration that was both resolute and fruitful. Prophet Muhammad, with the complete sense of responsibility of being the last prophet, wanted to prepare the grounds for the religion that he conveyed to be learned by a large community through practice, to be transferred to succeeding generations in the most accurate way, and to be protected from alteration and destruction until the last day. And so, these efforts yielded fruit, and the Muslims in Medina, whose strength increased with their growing number, achieved success in their political and military struggles against their enemies. When the victory of the Muslims was crowned with the eventual conquest of Mecca, the Prophet saying, "There is no emigration after the conquest of Mecca," lifted the compulsion for those having accepted Islam to emigrate to Medina, but insisted that they participate in battle when called to do so. In the period of the Prophet's emigration to Medina, there was no organized state in Medina, as was the case with the rest of the Hejaz region. Every tribe lived under the rule of its own chieftain. Alongside the Aus and the Hazraj tribes, there was also the three Jewish tribes of Banu Kainuka, Banu Nadir, and the Banu Qurayza, whose exact time of arrival to the city is not known for certain. It is known that the Aus and Hazraj were in constant conflict with each other, and that some Jews sided with the Aus while the others sided with the Hazraj. There was no administrative structure encompassing all those living in the city. After ensuring the unity and cooperation among the Muslims by means of the brotherhood he established among them, the Prophet gathered representatives from the Jewish tribes, Arabs who had not yet accepted Islam, and the Muslims at the house of Anas ibn Malik in order to discuss the way in which they could all live in the city in peace and security, and deliberate upon the conditions needed to achieve this. Persuading all groups to form a single city-state, Prophet Muhammad brought all the issues that were agreed upon therein together in the form of a written document. Included in this pact, referred to with words such as book and page in the sources, described as the first written constitution by some scholars, and whose text has reached our day, are such issues as ensuring internal peace, preventing potential external threats, determining a judicial authority to resolve legal conflict between individuals, and identifying certain economic obligations. Stipulated in particular was the need for the Jews to be in cooperation with the Muslims when faced with external threats to Medina, and not ally with the Quraysh. It was also decided that financial matters such as military expenses, ransom and blood money would be covered by each group individually, that they would administer judicial authority independently, and that Prophet Muhammad himself would be the ultimate judicial authority in cases of dispute between members of different groups. Moreover, the freedom of religion and freedom of conscience of the Jews and the Muslims is also explicitly stated. At this time, in accordance with the article in the document asserting that the valley of Yathrib is a sanctuary for the people of this pact, Prophet Muhammad assigned Ka'b ibn Malik to determine and delineate the borders of Medina, with the Prophet's mosque being at the centre. The political and military activities conducted thereafter were done so in conformity with these borders. The Prophet commissioned the construction of a marketplace for the Muslims in Medina and designated the Baqi vicinity as a cemetery. As such, he realized the first city plan that would later become a model in the Muslim world, with the mosque at the center and including the emir's residence, a market, graveyard, and neighborhood districts. Another one of the arrangements of the first year of emigration was the recitation of the call to prayer in order to notify Muslims of the specific times for prayer. There are accounts which state that the call to prayer was legitimized in the second year of emigration. Although the 5 daily prayers were made obligatory in the Meccan period, there had been no method determined to pronounce the prayer times up until the Prophet's emigration to Medina. In point of fact, the conditions at the Meccan period were not conducive to this. In Medina, however, the Muslims encountered an environment in which they could openly perform their worship, and their numbers had begun to increase with every passing day. Prophet Muhammad consulted with his companions about what could be done in order to allow the Muslims to realize the time for prayer and make it to the mosque on time for worship. In the wake of the consultation, where various opinions were put forth, no definite decision had been reached. In the meanwhile, according to narration, the call to prayer was taught to Abdullah ibn Zayd ibn Salaba in a dream, with him then informing the Prophet of what he saw. The Prophet asked Abdullah to teach these words to Bilal al-Habashi, who had a sonorous voice. Consequently, climbing to the top of a tall house, Bilal al-Habashi recited the morning call to prayer. In this way, the call to prayer became the mark of Islam and the symbol of Muslim presence. It continues to be recited across the world at virtually all times of the day as the channel calling people to servanthood of the one God. Chapter 19. The Battle of Badr. Domestic and foreign threats. Military expeditions. In the Meccan period, Prophet Muhammad did not act in response to the Quraysh who showed hostility to him and the Muslims, did not seek to avenge all that they had done against them, and advised patience for the Muslims subjected to insults, torture, and hardship. The verses revealed in this period constantly enjoined patience. The first few years of the new era starting in Medina after the emigration, though characterized by a general atmosphere of relief, also included hardship. The Meccan polytheists were determined on not giving reprieve to the Muslims in Medina. Though most of the Muslims in Medina had accepted Islam with complete sincerity, there were hypocrites among them. The Jewish tribes living in the environs of the city appeared to support the pact, but they were also ready to cause problems and display behaviour bordering on treason. Shortly after the emigration, prominent members of the Quraysh, Abu Sufyan and Ubay ibn Khalaf, in a letter that they sent the Medinan Muslims, stated that taking Prophet Muhammad under their protection and supporting him was shameful, that they needed to abandon this stance, and that if they did not, war would break out. In response to this, Ka'b ibn Malik rejected the demands of the polytheists by means of a poem that he wrote. Meanwhile, the Meccans had begun to impose certain economic measures to put pressure on Medina. News of the emigration of the Prophet and his companions reached virtually all corners of the Arabian Peninsula. Many tribes followed the actions and responses of the new Prophet. Those who were unable to emigrate or who had to hide their new Muslim faith awaited developments. In the midst of all this, the Quranic verse permitting Muslims suffering persecution and oppression to defend themselves with arms had been revealed. The believers against whom war is waged are given permission to fight in response, for they have been wronged. Surely God has full power to help them to victory. Those who have been driven from their homeland against all right for no other reason than that they say, "Our Lord is God." Throughout a period of close to 1 year, starting from 7 months after the emigration, the Prophet carried out military expeditions in order to protect the Muslims who sought refuge in Medina from the threat of the Quraysh, and to show that the Muslims were a force unto themselves. The expedition to Sif al-Bahr led by Hamza, that led by Ubaidah ibn Harith to Rabih, Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas to Qarar, the Abwa, Wadan expedition, Buat expedition, and the Dul Ashir expedition. While these expeditions travelled along the route of the Qurayshi caravans, no raids were carried out, and caravans belonging to other tribes and groups were not disturbed. With these military operations, Makkah and Medina were effectively at war, and the period in which rules of engagement were enforced thus began, continuing until the Treaty of Hudaybiyah. 17 months after the emigration, 2nd Rajab, January 624, the expedition sent to Nakhla under the command of Abdullah ibn Jahsh attacked a Qurayshi caravan returning from Yemen, at a location to the south of Makkah. 1 person was killed, 2 were taken prisoner and their belongings seized. With the expedition, which according to some accounts was conducted for the purpose of intelligence gathering, the Prophet aimed to show the Quraysh the growing power of the Muslims. The Battle of Badr. The Battle of Badr, alongside the Battle of Uhud and the Battle of the Trench to occur later, constitutes one of the most famous battles in the struggle that Prophet Muhammad pursued against the Meccan polytheists. Badr was a small town located 160 kilometers southwest of Medina, 30 kilometers from the Red Sea, at the point of intersection between the road from Mecca to Medina and the Syrian caravan route. The Quraysh, to whose persecution and torture the Prophet and the Muslims were subjected for more than 10 years, and from whom the Muslims eventually fled, leaving all but what they could carry with them, organized trade caravans to the south and north of the Arabian Peninsula, adding to their own wealth the belongings left behind by the Muslims. Prophet Muhammad received information that a large Qurayshi trade caravan led by Abu Sufyan was on its way back from Syria. It is recorded that the Meccan caravan of 1,000 camels belonging to people from all segments of Mecca had a value amounting to 50,000 dinars. Planning to attack the caravan at Badr, the Prophet set out from Medina on 12th Ramadan, 9th of March 624. He appointed Abdullah ibn Maktum to be in charge during his absence. The Muslim army comprised 305 people, 74 emigrants, and the remaining Ansar. Mus'ad ibn Umayr and Sa'd ibn Mu'ad were appointed as standard-bearers. The armed forces included 70 camels and 2 horses. After continuing their journey for 1 or 2 days while fasting, the Muslims broke their fast upon the Prophet's command. Meanwhile, Abu Sufyan learned the Prophet's plans when he entered the Hejaz and sent a herald to Mecca in order to request reinforcements. He himself followed the coastal road, which was far from Badr and used less frequently, in order to avoid any ambush. Upon Abu Sufyan's request for urgent assistance, the Quraysh began rigorous preparations. Later, despite learning of the caravan's escape, they set out towards Badr with 1,000-strong force led by Abu Jahl. Their forces also included 700 camels and 100 horses. The Prophet and his companions were not yet aware that the Qurayshi army had left Mecca and arrived in the Badr precinct, indicating that the Badr confrontation was realized with the power and will of God, above and beyond human planning on both sides. The Quran states that the Muslim and Meccan forces were unaware of one another, and that the trade caravan was located away from both of them on the coastal plain. Both forces set out for Badr in the early hours of Friday 17th Ramadan, 13th March 624. The Prophet reached the water wells in Badr before the Quraysh, and upon the advice of Habab ibn Arat, leaving only the well in nearest proximity to them in terms of the direction from which the enemy was approaching, had all the others filled with sand. However, he later allowed the polytheists to take water from the well that had been left uncovered. Prior to the battle, despite the Prophet sending Umar from the Adi clan of the Quraysh tribe, who served as an envoy during the Age of Ignorance, to propose to the Quraysh that they return to Mecca without engaging in battle, the Quraysh insisted on combat. In accordance with ancient Arab custom, one person from each side came forward to escalate the battle and incite both sides to fight. During this challenge, known as the Mubazara, Hamza killed his adversary Aswad ibn Abd Asad al-Mazumi. Upon this, Utbah ibn Rabi'ah, his brother Shayba, and son Walid from the Quraysh, and Ubaidah ibn Harith, Hamza, and Ali from the Muslim forces came forward. Hamza and Ali, after killing their challengers, rushed to the aid of Ubaidah, who had been severely wounded, and subsequently killed Utbah. Due to the severe injuries he sustained during battle, Ubaidah ibn Harith died on the way back from Badr. The battle that followed the initial challenges resulted in the certain victory of the Muslims on the afternoon of the same day. 70 people from the Qurayshi army were killed, first and foremost Abu Jahl, the staunchest enemy of Islam and the Prophet, and 70 people were taken prisoner. 14 people from the Muslim army were martyred. Leading their funeral prayers, Prophet Muhammad ordered their burial. He also ensured that the Qurayshi dead were buried. Commanding that prisoners be treated with kindness, the Prophet sentenced only 2 of them, Uqba ibn Abi Mu'ayt and Nadr ibn Harith, to death for the torture and torment they had hitherto inflicted on the Muslims. The Prophet sought the views and advice of his companions with regards to the treatment to be shown to the remaining prisoners. Adopting the suggestion of Abu Bakr, he released the prisoners in return for a ransom ranging between 1,000 and 4,000 dirhams, in accordance with their financial means. Some prisoners were released unconditionally, while those who were literate were released on the condition that they would teach 10 Muslims to read and write. The spoils gained from the Quraysh were gathered and split equally between those who participated in the battle. Prophet Muhammad returned to Medina at the end of the month of Ramadan, or the beginning of Shawwal. The Prophet's son-in-law, Abu al-As bin al-Rabi, was among those taken prisoner during the Battle of Badr. Married to Zainab, the eldest daughter of the Prophet, Abu al-As had not accepted Islam despite his wife's being Muslim, and refused to comply with the polytheist's suggestion that he divorce Zainab. When he joined the ranks of the polytheists at Badr and was thus taken prisoner, and while the Meccans were sending their ransom money, his wife Zainab sent a certain amount of money together with the necklace given to her by her mother Khadija as a wedding present. Recognizing the necklace, the Prophet became very emotional. Remembering Khadija and her services to Islam, he requested permission from his companions to release Abu al-As and return the necklace to Zainab. Subsequently released, Abu al-As returned to Mecca, and in line with his promise to the Prophet, sent his wife Zainab to Medina. When he later became Muslim and emigrated to Medina, Prophet Muhammad entrusted Zainab to him once again. The Quran states that the victory achieved at Badr was realized through the help of God, and that the Muslim forces were supported by angels. The Battle of Badr attracted great prestige and esteem for the Muslims across the Arabian Peninsula, and allowed for the opening of significant opportunity for the Prophet in his conveying the message of Islam. Losing the Battle of Badr, the Meccans chose Abu Sufyan as successor to Abu Jahl, and, swearing to seek revenge from the Muslims, began to seek ways of achieving this. In the meantime, Abu Lahab, who was unable to participate in Badr due to an illness, and sent As ibn Hisham in his place, got worse, and then died after hearing about the defeat at Badr. About 2.5 months after the defeat at Badr, Abu Sufyan reached Medina with a force of 200 men and attacked the city's surrounding districts. He fled after killing 2 Muslims and setting their fields on fire. Although the Prophet set out to follow him with a contingent of 200 men, Abu Sufyan and his men evaded them by discarding the bags of flour, sawik, they carried with them so as to lighten their burden and move more rapidly. As a result, this pursuit came to be known as the Sawik campaign. Chapter 20. The Banu Qaynuqa campaign. At the time when Prophet Muhammad emigrated to Medina, virtually half of the city's population consisted of Jews from the Banu Nadir, Banu Qaynuqa, and Banu Qurayza tribes. It is not known for certain when the Jews began to settle in the Arabian Peninsula, or more specifically in Medina. There are also views holding that the Jews in the Arabian Peninsula did not come from outside, but were Arabs who had accepted Judaism. It is generally accepted that they came to the peninsula from abroad. However, there are differing views on the exact time of their arrival. According to some narrations, Jews that had been expelled from Palestine following either the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar II's 605 to 562 BC occupation of Jerusalem and the subsequent destruction of the Temple of Solomon, or in later attacks settled in various regions of the Arabian Peninsula such as the Hejaz, Wadi al-Qura, Khaybar, Taima, Yathrib and Ayla. Those who came into Yathrib first settled in the city's outskirts, and later, increasing in strength, expelled the Amalika and Jurhum tribes residing therein, and like so gained control of the city. Following the Great Flood, Sayl al-Arim in Yemen during the 2nd century AD, the leader of the Azd branch of the Qahtani tribes, Harith ibn Thalaba ibn Amr Muzakiyah, emigrated from Yemen with his tribe and settled in the outskirts of Yathrib. Over time, his descendants, the Aus and Khazraj tribes, gained ascendancy over the Jews and gained control of the city. Losing their dominance to the Aus and Khazraj, the Jewish tribes continued their existence in the region, with some siding with the Aus and others with the Khazraj in disputes that arose between them. In the Battle of Bu'ath, for instance, which broke out 5 years before the emigration, 617 AD, the Banu Qurayza and Banu Nadir Jews formed alliances with the Aus, while the Banu Qaynuqa sided with the Khazraj. The ensuing battle ended with the defeat of the Khazraj. On the other hand, there were also various disputes and conflicts between the Banu Qaynuqa and the other Jewish tribes. In contrast to the situation in the political arena, the Jewish tribes were much more influential than the Arab tribes economically. Agriculture, trade, ironworking, arms manufacture, textiles and jewelry making were all in the hands of the Jewish tribes. The Banu Qaynuqa was famous for jewelry making, the Banu Nadir in agriculture, and the Banu Qurayza in the leather trade. The Jewish tribes had become wealthy by participating in trade fairs, and when they could not collect the money that they had loaned with interest, they would impound the assets and estates of debtors, and as such began to live in prosperity. In addition, there were also those who made money from fortune-telling and soothsaying. The Jews also owned an education and teaching centre, Bayt al-Midras, in Medina. It is known that Prophet Muhammad and some of his companions visited this centre for the purpose of conveying the message of Islam. The Banu Qaynuqa who resided in Medina's southwest, lived in fortresses, utum, which were found throughout the city. Known among Medina's Jewish tribes for its bravery and militancy, the Banu Qaynuqa made its living from trade, arms manufacture and jewelry making in particular. For this reason, they did not possess agricultural land. They owned a marketplace in Medina called the Souk al-Banu Qaynuqa, used by both Jews and Muslims. It was due to these activities that the Banu Qaynuqa were wealthier than the other Jewish tribes. The Banu Qaynuqa Jews joined the pact that Prophet Muhammad made with Medina's Arab and Jewish tribes, known as the Constitution of Medina, as an ally of the Khazraj tribe. With this pact, it was envisaged that in the event of any attack on Medina, the Jewish tribes too would join the defence, with an attack on any tribe being considered an attack on all the others and all parties responding in unison. And that furthermore, the Jews would not side with the Quraysh or the other enemies of the Muslims. The attitude that Prophet Muhammad adopted towards the Jews in Medina yielded certain positive results, with one of the prominent scholars at the Banu Qaynuqa, Abdullah ibn Salam, and his family accepting Islam. However, despite threatening members of the Aus and the Khazraj with their assertions that they would follow the Prophet to appear in the near future, and that they would thus gain an advantage over his enemies, they refused to accept the prophethood of Prophet Muhammad because he was not from among them. Furthermore, they took particular steps in order to turn Muslims away from their religion, from time to time mocking the Quran and the Prophet. Dredging up the old rivalry and hostility between the Aus and the Khazraj, they attempted to cause dissension, thus inciting the hypocrites. Some of them stated that they accepted Islam, but joined the ranks of the hypocrites. The Muslims' triumph over the Meccan polytheists at the Battle of Badr, despite their small numbers, disturbed the Jews. They made their annoyance clear in various ways and began creating an uproar. Gathering the Jews at the Banu Qaynuqa market in response, the Prophet Muhammad told them that he was a messenger sent by God, and that they ought to take their lesson from all that befell the Quraysh. The Prophet asked them to accept Islam. However, the Jews had the audacity to suggest that the Prophet not be deceived by his victory over the Quraysh, who had little understanding of the art of war, and that he would see what war really was and how fierce an enemy they were if they were to fight against them. There are accounts which state that the Quranic verses revealing that the disbelievers would shortly be defeated with the help of God by drawing attention to the Battle of Badr were revealed in relation to this response of the Banu Qaynuqa. While this tension continued, an incident occurring in the Banu Qaynuqa marketplace proved to be the final straw. A Muslim woman from the helpers who went to a jeweller in the market was harassed by those Jews present there. Upon the woman's calling for help, another Muslim rushed to her aid and, unable to contain himself, attacked and killed the Jewish jeweller, a member of the Banu Qaynuqa. The Jews then killed this man. Demonstrating the insignificance and present invalidity of the pact signed earlier, this incident simultaneously weighed very heavily on Prophet Muhammad and the Muslims. The Prophet began to feel concerned that the Banu Qaynuqa, the first among the Jewish tribes to violate the pact, could behave treacherously at any time. Upon this, the verse declaring that should the Prophet have strong reason to fear treachery from those with whom he had treaty, he could publicly dissolve the pact was revealed. 20 months after the emigration, from mid-Shawwal onwards, Prophet Muhammad laid siege to the quarter where the Banu Qaynuqa resided, appointing Abu Lubaba ibn Abdul Mundir as his deputy. The Prophet himself wore the armour, known as Zat al-Fudul, and handed the white standard to his uncle Hamza ibn Abdul Muttalib. While no combat occurred, nor any arrow drawn in the siege that lasted 15 days up to the beginning of Thal-Qadar, the Banu Qaynuqa Jews were compelled to surrender when they remained shut off in their fortresses and all their connections with the outside world were completely severed. They also consented to the ruling that the Prophet was to make. He had refused their request to be released. Upon the Prophet's deciding that the male warriors among the prisoners of war, said to number about 700, were to be put to death, the leader of the Khazraj, Abdullah ibn Ubay ibn Salul, declared that the Banu Qaynuqa were their allies, that they had helped them, especially during the Battle of Bu'ath, and asked that the Prophet forgive them. Although Prophet Muhammad knew that Abdullah ibn Ubay was the leader of the hypocrites, in the face of his persistent petitions, he revoked his decision for the men to be killed and ordered that all the Banu Qaynuqa be expelled from Medina, leaving their possessions behind to the Muslims. Giving the Banu Qaynuqa a period of 3 days to vacate the city, the Prophet assigned Muhammad ibn Maslama to receive their possessions, and Ubadah ibn Samit to oversee their departure until they were well away from the city. In the meantime, upon the Banu Qaynuqa's request, they were granted permission to collect their debts. The Prophet also stated that the Banu Qaynuqa could always come to Medina to carry out their business, and stay therein for up to 3 days. Leaving a great many armaments and materials for arms manufacture behind them, the Banu Qaynuqa left Medina under the watchful eye of Ubadah ibn Samit. After staying in Wadi al-Qura for a month, they later went to Syria and settled along the Syrian border. After taking 3 swords, 3 spears, 2 suits of armour and 2 bows, and 1/5 of the war spoils, hummus, Prophet Muhammad divided the remaining 4/5 among the Muslims. He also gave a suit of armour each to Muhammad ibn Maslama and Sa'd ibn Mu'adh. While there are debates concerning when hummus was first implemented in Islamic history, there are views to the effect of its first being applied during the distribution of war spoils from the Banu Qaynuqa campaign. However, with due consideration to narrations regarding the earlier expedition of Abdullah ibn Jahsh and the distribution of spoils from the Battle of Badr, it is accepted that hummus was previously applied according to existing traditions and that its first application after the revelation of the relevant Quranic verse in chapter An-Anfal was after the Banu Qaynuqa campaign. One of the significant problems that Prophet Muhammad experienced while in Medina was the dissension created by a band of hypocrites. Leading the group of those pretending to be Muslim despite not believing in Islam or in the prophethood of Muhammad was Abdullah ibn Ubay ibn Salul. Chieftain of the Khazraj, Abdullah ibn Ubay was promised control of Medina at the cessation of hostilities between the Aus and Khazraj tribes. But this had come to nothing when the Prophet emigrated to Medina. It was precisely for this reason that he bore an unending enmity towards the Prophet, lasting until his death. The Jews living in the city and the Maccan polytheists incited this hostility of his. Advising their townspeople against supporting the emigrants, Abdullah ibn Ubay, together with all the other hypocrites, wanted to ensure that they left the city. The hypocrites were always in favour of dissension in the many incidents that arose in the Medinan period, and attempted ceaselessly to weaken the solidarity of the Muslims. The 63rd chapter of the Quran, entitled The Hypocrites, was revealed in relation to this faction and those similar ones. Chapter 21, The Battle of Uhud. The Quraysh, who experienced a heavy defeat at Badr, were pressuring their leader Abu Sufyan to seek revenge from the Muslims, and immediately began preparations for battle. The goods of the caravan that had served as the catalyst for the Battle of Badr were being safeguarded in Dar an-Nadwa, and were given to the command of Abu Sufyan to be used against the Muslims. Alongside their feelings of vengeance, the Muslims blocking the Syria-Egypt trade route and their raids on Qurayshi caravans had the Meccans worried. 1 year after the Battle of Badr, the Quraysh set off towards Medina with a force of 3,000 men, gathered with assistance from neighbouring allied and related tribes. Prophet Muhammad did not want to fight the Quraysh, filled with the hatred and animosity of the age of ignorance and wanting to avenge Badr outside Medina. However, upon the insistence of some youth who had not participated in Badr, and some of the helpers angered by the enemy forces' destruction of their fields and orchards, the Prophet decided to set off for Uhud, 5.5 kilometers away from the city, with a force of 1,000 men. On the way, Abdullah ibn Ubay ibn Salul withdrew from the army with 300 of his men, returning to Medina. Reaching the foothills of Mount Uhud with the 700 remaining companions, Prophet Muhammad gave the largest standard of the Muslims to Mus'ab ibn Umayr, the standard of the Aus tribe to Usaid ibn Qudayr, and the standard of the Khazraj tribe to Sa'id ibn Hubab. He posted 50 archers under the command of Abdullah ibn Jubayr to guard the rear, and ordered them not to leave their posts irrespective of the course of events during battle. The two forces met on the 3rd of Shawwal, Saturday the 3rd of March 625, and the Muslims initially pushed the Quraysh back, forcing them to retreat. Seeing the enemy fleeing, the archers abandoned their post despite the persistent commands of their commander Abdullah ibn Jubayr not to do so, and sought to collect the war spoils. Appreciating the strategic importance of the Ain Pass, just like Prophet Muhammad, the cavalry commander of the Meccan forces, Khalid ibn Walid, in a single move that would change the course of the battle, attacked the Muslim army from behind when he saw that the archers had left their posts, killing the remaining archers. Following this move, the course of the battle changed in an instant, and 70 Muslims were martyred. First and foremost, the Prophet's uncle Hamza. Among those killed were Abdullah ibn Jahsh, Mus'ab ibn Umayr, and Abdullah ibn Jubayr. Prophet Muhammad was injured when the rings in his helmet pierced his temples. His bottom lip bled and one of his teeth were broken. Moreover, the fighting slowed down with the circulation of rumours that the Prophet had been killed. Retreating to the foothills of Mount Uhud, the Muslims gathered around Prophet Muhammad, while the Meccan polytheists gathered around Abu Sufyan. The two armies thus separated, and the battle came to an end. With their losses in battle said to be 37 or around 22 in the accounts, the Quraysh felt as though they had avenged their defeat at Badr. They had not been able to kill the Prophet, but martyred his uncle Hamza. Abu Sufyan's wife Hind bint Utbah, avenging the death of her father Utbah, brother Walid, and uncle Shayba at Badr, removed Hamza's liver and chewed it, and gave Wahshi, who killed Hamza with his spear, the reward she had promised him. The polytheists mutilating the bodies of the Muslims martyred at Uhud, cutting off body parts such as their ears and nose, in a ritual known as Musla, deeply distressed and saddened the Muslims. And in response to this, some of the Muslims wanted to reciprocate with exactly the same treatment of the bodies of the Meccan polytheists. However, they abandoned this idea upon the revelation of the 126th verse of the Quranic chapter entitled Al-Nahl, directly relating to this, and the specific injunctions of the Prophet. Prophet Muhammad never forgot those martyred at Uhud, visiting them every year and revisiting them in the last days before his demise. The Battle of Uhud came to be remembered by Muslims in succeeding generations, serving as a reminder to take the necessary lessons therein. Around 10 women companions participated in the Battle of Uhud and carried out such services as distribution of water to the troops and tending to the wounded. Among them was the Prophet's freed slave Ayman, as well as Umara, his daughter Fatima, his wife Aisha, and Sulaym. Sulaym, in particular, personally fought alongside the Prophet when the situation for the Muslims worsened, and Fatima nursed the Prophet when he was wounded. It is important to note in relation to the Battle of Uhud that had the Muslims dealt a huge blow to the Quraysh as they had done at Badr, the Prophet's reaching his actual aim, that is, winning over the Quraysh, would perhaps have been made more difficult. The feelings of hatred and revenge fostered by the age of ignorance mindset would have continued and heightened within the tribe, and the possibilities presented by the Treaty of Hudaybiyah would not have been realized. Chapter 22. The Raji Incident. The Hamra al-Asad Campaign. The following day, after his return to Medina after the Battle of Uhud, Prophet Muhammad was informed that the Quraysh were to return and had planned to attack Medina. Upon hearing this, the Prophet decided to pursue the Qurayshi army, both to prevent any possible attack and to show that the Muslims had not been weakened. He wanted only those who participated in the Battle of Uhud only a day before to join the campaign. Notwithstanding the fact that they had only just returned from Uhud, and despite their exhaustion, and some of them even being wounded, they willingly accepted the call to join. Meanwhile, Jabir ibn Abdullah, who had been unable to participate in the Battle of Uhud, sought permission from Prophet Muhammad to take part in this campaign. Jabir's father had been martyred at Uhud. When Jabir told the Prophet that although he wanted to participate at Uhud, his father had entrusted his 7 or 9 sisters to his care, as there was no one else who could look after them, and this is why he could not join. The Prophet granted him special permission. Prophet Muhammad went to Hamra al-Asad, 8 miles from Medina, with a force of 500 men. Learning of these developments, the Quraysh abandoned their intention to go to Medina and returned instead to Mecca. Staying in Hamra al-Asad for 5 days, the Prophet returned to Medina on 17 Shawwal, 2nd of April 625. Sometimes mentioned alongside the Battle of Uhud and sometimes separately, the campaign is said to have been carried out with the purpose of regaining the repute and standing of the Muslim state, which had been damaged at Uhud. With this campaign, the Muslims consolidated the authority shaken by their defeat at Uhud, and demonstrated first and foremost to the Quraysh and to the other Arab tribes that they still retained their strength and self-assurance. The Raji Incident. Several months after the Battle of Uhud, a delegation from the Adal and Al-Qura tribes came to Medina, and, stating that Islam had begun to spread within their tribes, requested that Prophet Muhammad send representatives to them who could teach them about Islam and how to read the Quran. The delegation of 10 people, headed by Asim ibn Thabit, or Marsad ibn Abu Marsad, that the Prophet sent, camped beside the well of Raji, located between Makkah and Usfan in territory belonging to the Hudayl tribe. Meanwhile, one of the tribal representatives who had requested a teaching delegation from the Prophet, and who set off together with this delegation, went to the Banu Liyan clan of the Hudayl tribe, who they knew to bear enmity towards the Prophet, and notified them of the whereabouts of the delegation. Immediately mobilizing, an armed group of 100 men from the Banu Liyan conducted a raid against the Muslims. 4th Safar, July 625. 7 companions, Asim ibn Thabit and Masad ibn Abu Masad included, were martyred. Of the remaining 3, Abdullah ibn Tariq were killed on the road. Hubayb ibn Adi and Zayd ibn Dasina were taken to Makkah and sold to the Quraysh, who wanted to avenge the death of their relatives at Badr. Imprisoning these 2 companions for some time, the Makkan polytheists took them off to the region of Tanum on the outskirts of the city at the end of the sacred months. Here, in front of a crowded audience, the Quraysh told them that they would release them on the condition that they rejected Islam. Reiterating their commitment to Islam and Prophet Muhammad, even under these intolerable conditions, they demonstrated that they were not afraid of dying in the path of God and His Messenger. They were thereafter martyred under torture. Before being killed, Hubayb ibn Adi requested permission to pray 2 units of prayer, and, to prevent them from saying that he prolonged his prayer due to a fear of death, completed his prayer in the shortest time possible. For this reason, this prayer became, throughout history, a tradition for Muslims who believe that they are to be killed unjustly. The Raji incident and subsequent developments caused great sorrow and distress in Medina. Due to this attack and massacre, which constituted a casus belli, the Prophet organized a military expedition to reciprocate with a force of 200 men, 20 on horseback, against the Liyan tribe, 6th Rabi al-Awal, July 627. However, as the tribe learned of the campaign and retreated to the mountains, the Prophet returned to Medina after spending 2 days camped in their territory. Chapter 23. The Bir al-Ma'una disaster. A short time after the Raji incident, chief of the Amr ibn Sasa tribe, Abu Bara Amr ibn Malik, came to Medina and obtained information about Islam from Prophet Muhammad. Despite not being Muslim himself, he requested that the Prophet send representatives to his tribe to teach them about Islam. After receiving assurances of their safety, the Prophet assigned a group of 70 or 40 people well versed in the Quran, most of them natives of Medina and people of the Sufa, led by Munda ibn Amr Khazraji. When the group arrived at Bir al-Ma'una on the road between Makkah and Medina, the Prophet's companion, Harim ibn Milham, was given the responsibility of taking Prophet Muhammad's letter to the chief of the Amr ibn Sasa tribe. Meanwhile, upon receiving news that Amr ibn Malik had died, Harim ibn Milham gave the letter to the former's nephew, Amr ibn Tufail, and invited those around him to Islam. Just as long-time avowed enemy of Prophet Muhammad and the Muslims, Amr ibn Tufail, had the envoy killed, he incited members of the tribe to launch an attack on the Muslims at Bir al-Ma'una. However, the people did not respond positively to this proposal due to the fact that Amr ibn Malik had guaranteed the safety of members of the delegation. Amr ibn Tufail then appealed to certain branches of the Banu Sulaym tribe with whom they had bonds of friendship. With his provocation, armed groups from the neighbouring tribes attacked the Muslims waiting at Bir al-Ma'una, completely aware of any of these developments. They killed everyone except Ka'b ibn Sa'id al-Najjar, who was severely wounded and left for dead, and Munda ibn Muhammad, or Harith ibn Thima, who had taken the camels out for pasture at the time, and Amr ibn Umayyah. Unable to bear what had happened to his friends, Munda ibn Muhammad attacked the polytheists and was also killed. When Amr ibn Umayyah, who was taken as prisoner, said that he was from the tribe of Mudha, he was released by Amr ibn Tufail to fulfill his mother's votive offering of emancipating a slave. Learning of this horrific incident by means of revelation and informing his companions therein, Prophet Muhammad felt more pain and sorrow than ever before, and cursed those responsible for this incident during every morning prayer for 30 or 40 days on end. He sent a force of 24 men under the command of Sujah ibn Wahb, with the purpose of punishing the Amr ibn Sasa tribe who were responsible for the Bir al-Ma'una massacre, 8th Rabi al-Awwal, July 629. Many animals were taken as booty and women captured in a sudden night raid. Sometime later, a Muslim delegation from the Banu Amr ibn Sasa came to Prophet Muhammad and requested that the women taken captive be released. Consulting with Sujah ibn Wahb and his companions, the Prophet released the women upon their acceptance of Islam. Chapter 24. The Banu Nadir Campaign. The Banu Nadir, one of the 3 Jewish tribes in Medina and living in fortresses half a day's distance from the city, possessed vast date gardens and were mostly occupied with agriculture. They had established a position of superiority in relation to the other Jewish tribes. For this reason, in cases of bloodshed, if someone was killed from the Banu Nadir, full blood money was paid, while only half was paid if a member of the Banu Qurayza was killed. This inequality with respect to the payment of blood money was later eradicated upon the Banu Qurayza appeal to Prophet Muhammad to abolish the custom. After the emigration, the Banu Nadir participated in the Medina constitution as an ally of the Aus tribe. While not displaying a hostile attitude to the Muslims initially, they began openly showing hostility and aggression following the Battle of Badr, and with the expulsion of the Banu Qaynuqa from the city. Their famous poet, Ka'b ibn Ashraf in particular, with his persuasive poetic skill and forceful rhetoric, satirized the Prophet and his companions, went personally to Makkah so as to recite elegies for the slain at al-Badr, and roused feelings of revenge within the Abu Sufyan and the other polytheists, thus inciting the Makkans against the Muslims. He spent all his wealth to this end. Disturbed by his increasingly antagonistic and blatant actions against Islam, the Prophet cautioned him to put an end to this situation. Thereupon, by means of a plan which Muhammad ibn Maslama and a few others implemented, Ka'b ibn Ashraf, who did not hesitate to openly insult the sacred values of the Muslims at every opportunity, was killed. 3rd Rabi al-Awwal, September 642. During the Battle of Uhud, the Banu Nadir Jews went to the military headquarters of the Meccan polytheists and provoked them against the Muslims. In addition, they occasionally wanted to engage in conflict with the Muslims and even made several attempts to assassinate Prophet Muhammad. Notwithstanding the Prophet's warning them to abide by the terms of the treaty, his appeals were left unanswered. In order to avenge the murder of his friends, the sole survivor of the Bir al-Ma'una massacre, Amr ibn Umayyah, killed 2 members of the Banu Amr ibn Sasa in their sleep on his return to Medina. However, Amr was unaware that these 2 individuals had become Muslim and had received assurance of protection from the Prophet. The Prophet was extremely saddened by the death of these people he had taken under his protection, and declared that Amr would pay the blood money for the 2 he inadvertently killed. As per the conditions of the Medina constitution, the Prophet went to the Banu Nadir to ask them to share in the blood money, taking Abu Bakr, Umar and Ali with him. While the Banu Nadir welcomed them, they simultaneously tried to kill them by releasing a boulder from the roof under which they sat. Becoming aware of this situation, the Prophet took his companions and left, returning to the city. It is also reported that the Banu Nadir made other plans to assassinate the Prophet, based on proposals they received from the Quraysh. With the Banu Nadir's violation of the terms of the Medina constitution, the Prophet sent word to them, asking them to leave the city within 10 days. While the Banu Nadir had begun preparations to leave, Abdullah ibn Ubay dissuaded them, assuring them of his help. As such, besieging them, the Prophet invited them to come to an understanding. 4th Rabi al-Awwal. At first putting up a resistance, an ensuing 15-day siege led the Jews to later consent to leaving the city, with their women and children, as well as a convoy of 600 camels loaded with their possessions. Some of them settled in Khaybar, while others settled in Syria. Chapter 25. The Banu Mustalik Campaign. The Banu Mustalik, a clan of the Banu Huda, lived in the Qudayd region located on the coast between Makkah and Medina, in a place called Usfan, near the important commercial port of Rabiq. While the Huda tribe, generally speaking, adopted a positive stance towards Islam and Prophet Muhammad, the Banu Mustalik clan sided with the Quraysh, who were at war with the Muslims, and demonstrated their hostility at every opportunity. During the time in which the Quraysh were making preparations for the Battle of the Trench by mobilizing at their allies, Chief of the Banu Mustalik, Harith ibn Abu Dirar, had set up his military headquarters at the watering place called Muraisi, and, inciting the neighbouring tribes, had begun gathering troops to attack Medina. Prophet Muhammad sent Buraidah bin Husayb al-Aslami to the regions for the purpose of gathering intelligence. Buraidah saw firsthand the truth in the news about the preparations of the Mustalik tribe and returned having acquired accurate information. The Prophet set out on an expedition with a force of 700 men, 30 on horseback, on 2nd Shaban, 27th December 626. Upon seeing his approach with a great force, some of the tribes abandoned enemy lines and deserted the battlefield. When the Muslim army reached the Muraisi watering place, they invited the tribes to accept Islam. Their responding with arrows which they fired at the Muslims triggered the battle, which ended with the assured victory of the Muslims. Among the polytheists, 10 were killed, while the remaining 600 or 700 were taken prisoner. A large amount of loot was acquired, including 2,000 camels and 5,000 sheep. Muslims suffered no losses in this campaign other than Hisham ibn Sababa al-Kalbi, who was mistaken for an enemy soldier. After the battle, the Prophet distributed the war spoils among the Muslims. He sent Abu Naml al-Ta'i to Medina to convey the good news of victory, and himself returned to Medina on the 1st of Ramadan, 24th January 627. It has been suggested that the Banu Mustalik campaign, also known as the Muraisi campaign due to the site where it happened, may have taken place after the Battle of the Trench. Among the captives taken from the Banu Mustalik was Juwayrira bint Harith, daughter of the defeated Banu Mustalik clan's chief Harith ibn Abu Dirar. Upon her acceptance of Islam, Prophet Muhammad released her and proposed marriage to her. This marriage eased the hostilities that ensued due to the battle. Seeing that the Banu Mustalik had now become the Prophet's relations through marriage, the Muslims released all the captives they held. Such was the effect of this attitude of the Muslims on the Banu Mustalik that virtually all of them immediately became Muslim. Coming to the presence of Prophet Muhammad, tribal chief Harith ibn Abu Dirar also accepted Islam. Many hypocrites, such as Abdullah ibn Ubay ibn Salul, also participated in this battle. On the return from the campaign, tension arose between the emigrants and the helpers around a well, and was on the verge of escalation with the intervention of the hypocrites. Aware of the situation, and notwithstanding the time of day, Prophet Muhammad immediately ordered his men to march non-stop until noon the following day. Exhausted after such a long and arduous trek, the soldiers did not have the strength even to speak when reaching their resting place, and fell asleep immediately. In this way, the tension that had arisen only a day before completely dissipated. It is narrated that the Quranic chapter entitled The Hypocrites was revealed due to these events. The hypocrites did not stop when they reached Medina and led the dissension that erupted with the slander against the Prophet's wife, Aisha, which became known as the Ifk incident. Chapter 26. The Ifk incident. When Prophet Muhammad left Medina for the Banu Mustalik campaign, he took his wife Aisha with him. On the return to Medina, during preparations to resume the journey after having stopped at a resting place, Aisha, who had moved away from the base so as to fulfill a natural need, noticed that she had dropped the Yemeni agate necklace that her older sister or mother had given to her, and retraced her steps in order to find it. Quite some time had elapsed, however, for her to find it in the dark and recover its pieces. When she finally returned to the camp, she saw that the caravan had left, and, motivated by the belief that they would come back for her when they realized she was missing, she began to wait for their return. Her litter was veiled, so the camel drivers had not noticed her absence. When Safwan ibn Mu'attal, charged with collecting what was lost or left behind caravans, controlled the campsite, he encountered Aisha, and taking her upon the camel, headed towards the caravan. However, as he himself was on foot, and despite his fast pace, he could only catch up with the caravan mid-morning. While initially not attracting any particular attention, this incident soon gained impact because of the rumour and scandal-mongering of Abdullah ibn Ubay ibn Salul, the head of the hypocrites, and caused great distress among the Muslims. Such was their effect that some of the Muslims even fell into his trap of dissension. Aisha, who was bedridden for up to a month upon her return, became aware of these rumours only later, and when these reached her, she fell ill once again. In consideration of the Prophet not tending to her as he did during her former illnesses, Aisha sought his permission to go to her father Abu Bakr's house. In addition to Aisha, the Prophet, first and foremost, as well as Abu Bakr and his family, experienced days of great sorrow and turmoil. According to her personal accounts, Aisha was under the impression that the Prophet believed the slander and gossip, and with the thought that whatever she said to clear herself of these accusations would be met with suspicion, states that she had no other option but to entreat God's help, like Jacob, who patiently endured all that befell his son Joseph. Divine declaration revealed some time later, beginning with the 11th verse of the Quranic chapter entitled The Light, that these accusations were none other than wicked slander, that those who made such a false accusation would be subjected to great torment, and furthermore emphasized the need for Muslims to act with insight in such situations and not be instruments of gossip and suspicion. Prophet Muhammad read the verses proclaiming Aisha's innocence and vindicating her of the slander levelled against her to Muslims in the Prophet's mosque. Thereafter, those companions who became embroiled in this slander and contributed to its spread, Hassan ibn Thabit, Mistah ibn Uthatha, and Hamna bin Jash, were condemned to punishment. According to certain accounts, the famous poet Hassan ibn Thabit participated in the slander due to existing hostility between him and its other victim Safwan ibn Mu'attal. Mistah ibn Uthatha was motivated by feelings of inadequacy because of constant support from his relative Abu Bakr, and Hamna bin Jash wanted to reduce the status of Aisha in the eyes of the Prophet in order to strengthen her sister Zainab's position. Aisha came to understand that this incident, which grieved her enormously and caused her to cry for days on end, held many wisdoms, and she deemed it, for the rest of her life, the greatest honour of her life that 10 Quranic verses were revealed at once owing to her. Chapter 27. The Battle of the Trench. The last Qurayshi offensive on Medina, the Battle of the Trench, is known as thus due to the fact that trenches were dug around Medina in defence of the city. As the enemy forces in this campaign, apart from the Quraysh, were made up of various Arab tribes, it has also been referred to as the Campaign of the Confederates, Ahzab. The Arab tribes included the Ghatafan, Fazara, Sulaim, Kinana and the Thaqif tribes, as well as the Banu Nadir who had been expelled from Medina and the Banu Qurayza Jews who were still residing in Medina. Differing from both a political and a strategic and tactical perspective, this campaign was not conducted against one or a specific enemy, but constituted a battle in defence fought against all the enemy factions in the Arabian Peninsula. This battle is also significant in terms of it having brought together all the Jewish tribes who displayed hostility towards the Muslims, and who came to the realization that they would not be able to defeat the Muslims on their own, as well as the Quraysh and the other Arab tribes. Leading figures of the expelled Banu Nadir Jews, Huyay ibn Akhtab and Salam ibn Abi al-Hukayk, went to Makkah, met with the Quraysh and incited them against the Muslims, promising their help and support. Poised for such, the Quraysh formed a large army with the participation of surrounding allied tribes. Having learned of these developments, and upon the suggestion of Salman al-Farisi following consultation with his companions, Prophet Muhammad decided on the digging of a trench in the north of the city, vulnerable to enemy attack. Completed within a few weeks, and in whose construction the Prophet himself worked, the trench was, according to the estimates of Muhammad Hamidullah, approximately 5.5 kilometers in length, 9 meters in width, and 4.5 meters in depth. At around the time when the digging was completed, an enemy force of up to 10,000 or 12,000 men, under the command of Abu Sufyan ibn Harb, reached Medina and set up their military base to the north of the city, where the Battle of Uhud had previously taken place. The standard of the enemy forces was carried by Uthman ibn Talha of the Banu Abdul Dar. The Muslims numbered around 3,000, and the standard bearer of the emigrants was Zayd ibn Harith, while that of the helpers was Sa'd ibn Ubadah. Taking into account the fact that the Muslims were outnumbered by the enemy forces and wanting to avoid bloodshed, Prophet Muhammad did not deem it appropriate to hold a pitched battle. He ordered that women and children be placed in fortresses and citadels and set up his military base at the foothills of Mount Sal, taking the mountain as support behind them and facing the trench. He posted guards at points of weakness where the trench was not deep and at certain passageways. His strategy against the Quraysh was to show the strength of the Muslims, make the Quraysh feel dependent on him because of the trade route, and make the presence of Islam and the nascent community in Medina deeply felt by them. When the Quraysh who reached the outskirts of Medina were confronted with the trench, a hitherto unknown means of defence in Arabia, they were left stupefied. Throughout the ensuing siege, arrows and stones rained upon both sides. The Muslim army tried to prevent the enemy forces gaining access to the city via other points on the one hand, and to overpower them along the trench on the other. The enemy attacked in turns, with famed fighters such as Abu Sufyan, Hubayra ibn Abi Wab, Ikrimah ibn Abi Jahl, and Umar's brother Dira ibn al-Khattab, Khalid ibn Walid and Amr ibn Alas in command. On one occasion, the Prophet's tent was subjected to a heavy barrage of arrows, but this attack was thwarted with the counter-attack of the companions. At one stage during the siege, a few Quraysh cavalrymen managed to cross to the Muslim side via a narrow point of the trench. One of these men was Amr ibn Abdul Wud, celebrated among Arabs for his courage and bravery. Amr ibn Abdul Wud requested a warrior for one-on-one combat. a young Ali came forward. Prophet Muhammad gave Ali his sword and his turban. Amr was overtaken by Ali, who he had initially underestimated, and was killed with a sweeping blow of his sword. Nawfal ibn Abdullah, who crossed the trench together with him, fell into the trench and died, while the others were forced to retreat. While there were some minor skirmishes during the siege which lasted around 20 days, the Confederate forces were unsuccessful. As the Meccan polytheists had prepared for a short battle, the sources of provisions for both their troops and their mounts ran out. Meanwhile, the Muslims intercepted the food supplies and feed loaded on 20 camels and sent by the Khaybar Jews. Moreover, as the weather became extremely cold, the Meccans experienced increasing difficulty and panicked when their tents were destroyed by a heavy storm. They had approached the end of the month of Shawwal, and the sacred month of Dhul Qa'dah was fast approaching, which meant that the season of pilgrimage was to start. Due to all these factors, Abu Sufyan knew that he could not win any significant gains, so he lifted the siege and left for Makkah. 6 Muslims were martyred and 8 enemy soldiers killed in the Battle of the Trench, which was a turning point in Islamic history. The Muslims suffered greatly and experienced great concern when faced with large enemy forces. The Prophet being forced to combine the noon, afternoon, evening, late evening, night prayers on one occasion, despite never having missed a prayer whatever the circumstance, clearly shows the extremely difficult conditions under which the Muslims were fighting. Making mention of the fear that the Muslims felt in the face of the enemy, the Quranic chapter entitled Al-Azab, the Confederates, the eponym for the battle, states that this was a test of faith for them and that God supported them with unseen armies. With the Battle of the Trench, the last attempt of the polytheists to annihilate the Prophet and the Muslims ended in failure. Prophet Muhammad's political approach and diplomacy, by way of creating a rift between the Jewish tribes and their allied Arab tribes, alongside his implementing an intense operation of intelligence, also played an important role in the enemy's failure. One of the precautionary measures that the Prophet took during the battle in order to weaken the enemy's alliance relates to Nu'aym ibn Mas'ud, leader of the Banu Ashja. Nu'aym had only recently become a Muslim, but no one had yet found out. Upon the Prophet's request, Nu'aym went to the Banu Qurayza and the Quraysh separately and incited them against one another. As such, the dissension which emerged in enemy ranks caused the separation of the Banu Qurayza Jews. After the battle, Prophet Muhammad evaluated his battle strategy. The importance of acting before enemy forces in preparation for an offensive against the Muslims was seen. Accordingly, a military expedition was carried out against the Banu Qurayza. Chapter 28. The Banu Qurayza Campaign. The Banu Qurayza lived in fortresses called Utum, in plains stretching to Medina's southeast. Making their living through agriculture and trade, the tribe was also related to the Banu Nadir. Together with the Banu Nadir, the Banu Qurayza were allies of the Aus tribe and became party to the Medina constitution as allies of the Aus. After the Banu Qaynuqa and the Banu Nadir's banishment from the city on account of their violation of the terms of the treaty and their betraying Prophet Muhammad, remaining in Medina were the Banu Qurayza Jews. Despite the fact that in accordance with the Medina Treaty the Banu Qurayza had to participate in the city's defence, they violated this condition during the Battle of the Trench and formed an alliance with the Banu Nadir, who had settled in Khaybar after their expulsion under the influence of Banu Nadir chief Huyay ibn Akhtab. Whereas, as Prophet Muhammad had made an agreement with them, he did not have the trench dug in the section where the Banu Qurayza resided, and what is more, some of the equipment such as picks and shovels used in the digging of the trench were procured from the Banu Qurayza. Having been betrayed by the Banu Qurayza, the Prophet sent 200 troops under the commanders Salama ibn Aslam al-Ashali and 300 troops under the commander Zayd ibn Harith in the event that they launched an attack on Medina. The Banu Qurayza's treachery at the most critical point of the Battle of the Trench left the Muslims in an extremely difficult position. The danger was averted with the acceptance of Islam of Nu'aym ibn Mas'ud, one of the prominent members of the Ghatafan tribe, and his creating a rift between the Banu Qurayza and their allies upon the Prophet's command. According to accounts in the sources, upon Prophet Muhammad's return home after the Battle of the Trench and receiving the divine revelation in the afternoon, he summoned Bilal al-Habashi and ordered him to tell the companions to perform the afternoon prayer on Banu Qurayza land. He then donned his armour, girded on his weapons and mounted his horse. Giving the standard to Ali, the Prophet sent him along with the advance guard. Assigning Abdullah ibn Maktum as his deputy in Medina, Prophet Muhammad himself set out on campaign despite being surrounded by infantry and cavalry troops. Some of the units, which set off at different times, fell into dispute regarding the performing of the afternoon prayer before arriving at Banu Qurayza land and whether or not this constituted opposition to the Prophet's command. While some prayed it on time while still on the road, others performed the prayer after arriving on Banu Qurayza land at the time the night prayer approached. When the situation was reported to Prophet Muhammad, he did not express disapproval of either group, and it was thus understood that both approaches were right. Having reached the Banu Qurayza fortresses before the Prophet, Ali witnessed the Jews here saying appalling things about Prophet Muhammad and his wives. Thinking that the Prophet would be upset to hear such talk, he requested of the Prophet not to approach the place where they were situated. The Prophet reminded him that Prophet Moses had faced much greater difficulties, and stating that Banu Qurayza would not be able to say anything when they saw him, advanced all the way up to their fortresses. Calling out to the leading members of the Jewish community one by one, the Prophet invited them to accept Islam. Upon their refusal, he asked them to yield to the command of God and his messenger, and to come down from their fortresses and surrender. When this request too was rejected, the clash had begun. The Banu Qurayza were besieged for 15 or 25 days, during which a heavy barrage of arrows and stones was experienced. While the Muslims were comprised of 3,000 troops and 36 cavalry, Banu Qurayza fighters, under the command of their chief Ka'b ibn Asad and ally Huyay ibn Akhtab, numbered around 600 to 700. There are also references to the numbers 400, 800 and 900 in reference to the numbers of the Banu Qurayza. In the meantime, the hypocrites went to the Banu Qurayza and called for them not to surrender to the Muslims, promising them their support in the event of the latter's continued resistance. Desperate and powerless in the face of the continuing siege, and seeing that the promised help from the hypocrites had not come, the Jews decided upon negotiating with the Prophet. They proposed leaving Medina under the same conditions as the Banu Nadir, that is, leaving their wealth and weapons behind, and taking 1 camel load of possessions each with them. Seeing that the Banu Nadir, who the Prophet had released 2 years earlier, had sided with the enemy during the Battle of the Trench, the Prophet rejected this proposal, and instead asserted that they must surrender unconditionally. the Banu Qurayza asked Prophet Muhammad to send them Abu Lubaba ibn Abdul Mundir, a member of their ally, the Aus tribe, in order for them to discuss certain matters with him. Wanting him to save them from this predicament, the Jewish tribe asked him what the Prophet had in mind for them. Indicating his throat with his hand, Abu Lubaba implied that they were to be executed. Shortly thereafter, however, he thought that in acting thus he had betrayed God and his messenger and experienced great remorse. Going to the Prophet's mosque, he tied himself to a pole and, apart from the time spent to fulfill his basic needs, remained there for days until his rope had been untied by Prophet Muhammad himself. His repentance being accepted, Abu Lubaba wanted to give away his entire wealth in charity, but, upon the Prophet's advice, reduced this to 1/3 of all his wealth. Left desperate and powerless with the siege and acceding to the Prophet's decision, the Banu Qurayza came down from their fortresses and surrendered. Meanwhile, taking into consideration the Khazraj's Abdullah ibn Ubay ibn Salul formally interceding on behalf of their allies, the Banu Kunuka Jews, and saving them from the death penalty, the Aus also came to the Prophet and asked that their ally, the Banu Qurayza, be treated well. Thereafter, and on their suggestion, a decision was made to assign Sa'id ibn Mu'adh from the Aus tribe as arbitrator in making a judgment concerning the fate of the Banu Qurayza. While Sa'id ibn Mu'adh was being brought to the presence of Prophet Muhammad, having been wounded during the Battle of the Trench and therefore receiving treatment in a tent in Medina, members of the Aus constantly urged him to rule in favour of the Banu Qurayza. After receiving assurances from both the Aus and the Banu Qurayza, as well as from Prophet Muhammad that they would comply with his judgment, Sa'd announced his decision. Men old enough to fight were to be executed, women and children to be taken prisoner, and wealth to be distributed among the Muslims. Prophet Muhammad declared that Sa'd had judged in accordance with God's judgment and attested to the soundness of his decision. Moreover, it is also evident that Sa'd's ruling was in accordance with the Torah, Tasniyah 20:10-15, and that such a ruling also existed in the Quran, Al-Ma'idah 5:33-34, among the punishments for those who wage war on God and his messenger and who hasten to cause disorder and corruption on the earth. While the Banu Qurayza captives were being held in specific location, the war spoils were gathered together. It is narrated that the spoils appropriated from the Banu Qurayza amounted to 1,500 swords, 300 suits of armour, 2,000 spears, and 1,500 shields. Thereafter, trenches were dug and those sentenced to death were executed. From the women, only a woman named Nubata from the Banu Nadir was executed because she had killed the companion Khalid ibn Suwaid by dropping a millstone on his head upon the request of her husband from the Banu Qurayza. Upon the Prophet's command, those from the Banu Qurayza sentenced to death were permitted to read the Torah and were given food and drink. Some of the women and children, said to number around 1,000, were released. Some of them were given to the companions. Some were sold and the earnings used to buy horses and weapons. The Prophet ordered that children who had not yet reached puberty not be separated from their mothers, and that orphans be sold not to polytheists or Jews, but only to Muslims. After 1/5 of the war spoils, humus, was put aside, the remaining 4/5 were distributed among the soldiers. The land and date gardens belonging to the Banu Qurayza were divided up. Among the spoils, infantry troops were given 1 share, while cavalry troops were given 2. The Prophet also gave some gifts to the women who had participated in the campaign. A share each was allocated for Halad ibn Suwaid, who was killed, and Abu Sinan ibn Missan, who had died during the siege. A number of people accepted Islam during the Banu Qurayza campaign. The Prophet married Rayhana bint Zayd ibn Amr from among the captives upon her acceptance of Islam. It is generally accepted that the 26th and 27th verses of the Quranic chapter entitled Al-Azab refer to the Banu Qurayza campaign. Chapter 29. The Treaty of Hudaybiyah. The Prophet Muhammad and the emigrants greatly missed their homeland, which they were forced to leave 5 years prior in order to protect their religion and their lives, and they fervently desired to visit the Kaaba, emphasized in various Quranic verses as the sanctuary on earth of the divine religion based on monotheism. When Prophet Muhammad eventually saw a dream in which he was circumambulating the Kaaba, he decided upon going to Makkah and performing the minor pilgrimage, Umrah. He directed his companions to begin preparations for pilgrimage. Assigning Abdullah ibn Maktum to lead the prayers and appointing Numayla ibn Abdullah al-Laysi as his deputy to govern the city of Medina, he set out for Makkah with 1,400 to 1,500 companions on 6th Dhul Qa'dah, March 628. Making their intention for pilgrimage, the Muslims donned their pilgrim dress, ihram, and took along with them 70 camels for sacrifice. As they had peaceful intentions, they did not carry any military equipment and were unarmed save the sheathed swords particular to travellers, which were a necessity for wayfarers in Arabia. The Prophet and his companions camped at Hudaybiyah, 17 kilometers from Mecca. Informed of the Muslims' arrival, the Quraysh dispatched a cavalry force of 200 to the region under the command of Khalid ibn Walid, despite knowing that the Muslims' intention was pilgrimage, not conflict. The Prophet sent Kharash ibn Umayyah as his envoy to explain to the Quraysh the reason behind their arrival. However, they did not welcome the envoy and even wanted to kill him. The Prophet then sent Uthman, who had many relatives in the Quraysh, first and foremost Abu Sufyan. Entering Makkah under the protection of Abam ibn Sa'id ibn As, Uthman informed them that their intention was to perform the minor pilgrimage, not to fight. The Quraysh told Uthman that they would not allow the Muslims to enter Makkah, but that he himself could visit the Kaaba if he so wished. When Uthman responded with the declaration that he would not circumambulate the Kaaba if the Prophet did not do so, they arrested and imprisoned him. This incident reached the Prophet in the form of a rumour that Uthman had been killed. Deeply distressed and aggrieved by this news, Prophet Muhammad took an oath from his companions that they would hold fast and fight to the death. As indicated in the Quranic chapter entitled Al-Fath, the Victory, this oath of allegiance came to be known as Bayat al-Ridwan, given that it was one that God was well pleased with, and as Bayat al-Sajara because it was taken under the desert tree known as Samura. The companions taking the oath also thus became known as the Companions of the Tree, Ashab al-Sajara. When the Quraysh saw the commitment of the companions to Prophet Muhammad and their risking even death at his single command, their anxiety increased and they began to panic. They first released Uthman and then sent a delegation led by Suhail ibn Amr by way of making peace. After the ensuing negotiations, the text of the peace treaty penned by Ali was signed by Prophet Muhammad and Suhail ibn Amr. The treaty was witnessed by Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, Abdul Rahman ibn al-Arf, Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, Abu Ubaidah ibn Jarrah, and Muhammad ibn Maslama from the Muslims, and Mikraz ibn Hafs and Huwaytib ibn Abdul Uzza, both accompanying Suhail ibn Amr from the Meccan side. According to the treaty whereby many of the Quraysh's conditions were accepted, the Muslims would return to Medina that year without performing the pilgrimage, return the next year to do so, staying in Mecca for 3 days. In the event that a Meccan escaped to Medina, they would be sent back, while one fleeing from Medina to Mecca would not be returned. There was to be a 10-year truce, and if one party were to enter into war with any party not signatory to this treaty, the other side would remain neutral. In addition, both sides were to ensure the safety and security of the land at their disposal for trade caravan passage, as well as for the major and minor pilgrimages. They would be free to form alliances with other Arab tribes, and the conditions of the treaty were to be observed by allied tribes in addition to the treaty's main parties. While some companions, particularly Umar, expressed their dissatisfaction regarding the treaty, which initially appeared to be against the interests of the Muslims, when the Prophet stated that he had accepted the terms of the treaty, everyone affirmed their commitment. After signing the treaty, the Prophet and his companions, remaining in Hudaybiyah for 10 or 12 days, sacrificed the camels they brought along for this purpose and returned to Medina. Prophet Muhammad took great pains to comply with the terms of the treaty. For instance, because Suhail ibn Amr's son, Abu Jandal, had accepted Islam, he was enchained by his father and imprisoned for several years. During the time at which the negotiations at Hudaybiyah were completed, and a written document was ready for signing, Abu Jandal managed to escape from Mecca and came to Hudaybiyah in chains, seeking refuge in the Muslims. Even if the Prophet insisted that the treaty had not yet been signed in response to Suhail ibn Amr's demand for his son's return, Suhail vowed that he would not sign the treaty unless his son was returned. The Prophet was thus forced to return Abu Jandal. Although Suhail promised that he would not torture his son, his dragging Abu Jandal in front of the Muslims when taking him away was extremely difficult for the Prophet and the Muslims to bear. This horrendous incident became etched in memories with the name Abu Jandal Day. On the other hand, during this time the Prophet did not return 2 women who took shelter with the Muslims on the basis that the treaty made mention of male refugees only, and the Quraysh thus had no other option but to accept. After the Prophet returned to Medina, Abu Basir defected there, fleeing imprisonment in Mecca due to his having become Muslim, and sought refuge therein. Sending 2 wardens, the Quraysh asked that Abu Basir be returned in accordance with the treaty. Even if Abu Basir put up a resistance so as not to be handed over to the Quraysh, the Prophet told him that he was forced to return him, advised him to be patient, and assured him that God would shortly save him and those in his position. Managing to evade the wardens on the journey back to Mecca, Abu Basir returned to Medina. However, fearing that he would again be returned to the Quraysh, he left Medina to settle in the Suf al-Bakr region along the Mecca-Syria trade route. Other new Muslims who, like him, fled from Mecca and could not enter Medina, first and foremost Abu Jandal, also joined him there. In time, numbering up to 70 or 300, these Muslims began to threaten trade caravans belonging to the Quraysh. As a result, the Quraysh wanted the stipulation regarding the Meccans seeking refuge in Medina lifted. The Prophet sent a letter to Abu Basir and his friends ordering them to come to Medina. However, When the letter reached Abu Basir, he was on his deathbed and passed away a short time later. Abu Jandal and the others buried Abu Basir and built a mosque adjacent to his grave. They then went to Medina. The Treaty of Hudaybiyah constitutes a turning point in Islamic history. The Prophet's aim was to break the enemy alliance that had besieged Medina during the Battle of the Trench. And so, with this treaty, the Quraysh's neutrality towards the Khaybar Jews and the Ghatafan tribe had been ensured, and the opportunity to advance upon Khaybar on the return from Hudaybiyah had arisen. On the other hand, the physical hostility of the Quraysh towards the Muslims came to an end, and from that day forth the Quraysh, hitherto refusing to accept the Muslims as counterparts, with this treaty came to accept them as their equals. This result facilitated both the polytheistic and Muslim tribes making contact with Prophet Muhammad, and enabled the message of Islam to reach them with ease and freedom. In actual fact, Islam spread rapidly throughout the Arabian Peninsula after this date, so much so that the number of people becoming Muslim in the period from the Treaty of Hudaybiyah up until the conquest of Makkah exceeded the total number of people who had accepted Islam in the previous 18 years. Moreover, it became possible to send letters to neighbouring heads of state inviting them to Islam. The Treaty of Hudaybiyah, initially not viewed as favourable, was in actual fact the greatest political success of Prophet Muhammad, and was confirmed by the Quran as such. The 48th chapter of the Quran, revealed in relation to this treaty, was entitled The Victory, and the truce in question was described as a manifest victory, Fath al-Mubin, and a mighty achievement, Nasr al-Aziz. Al-Fath 48:1-3. Coming to Makkah 1 year later, Prophet Muhammad, together with his companions, performed the minor pilgrimage. This came to be known as the Mist Umrah, Umrat al-Qaza. Chapter 30. Letters of Invitation to Islam. Immediately after his return from Hudaybiyah, Prophet Muhammad had the 6 letters of invitation to Islam that he had dictated to his scribes sent with emissaries to the prominent heads of states of the time. Muharram, May 628. He exerted special effort to ensure that the emissaries were well acquainted with the particular region and the people to which they were sent, possessed pleasant physical and moral attributes, and were proficient in both oration and representation. Taking into account existing norms and traditions in relation to diplomacy, the Prophet had a seal made which read, Muhammad, the Messenger of God, with which the letters were sealed. 2 of the letters were sent to the 2 superpowers of the day, the Byzantine and the Sassanid empires. At the time of the emergence of Islam, the Middle East was staged to the tussle between both these powers, continuing for several centuries. Capturing Jerusalem in the year 614, the Sassanids seized the True Cross, taking it to their capital, Al-Madain, Ctesiphon. After occupying Egypt in 619, they later crossed through Anatolia in 626, eventually reaching the steps of the city of Istanbul. Continuing their struggle against the Sassanids, the Byzantines gained ultimate victory at the end of 627 when Emperor Heraclius's armies heavily defeated the central army of the Sassanids at the Battle of Nineveh. The Prophet's letter of invitation to Cheroses II, Parvez, was entrusted to Abdullah ibn Hudafa al-Sami for delivery. Enraged by his name having been written after the name Muhammad, Cheroses tore the letter to pieces and demanded information about Prophet Muhammad from his governor in Yemen, Badhan. The Prophet was disappointed upon being informed of Cheroses having torn up his letter, and he entreated God to punish the Persian ruler due to his impudence. Not long had passed when governor of Yemen, Badhan, sent 2 of his men to Medina. Having received divine revelation that Jeroses II had been killed by his own son, Prophet Muhammad informed these emissaries of such and asked them to convey the message to Badhan that he would be left in his post of governorship in the event of his acceptance of Islam. Thereupon, Badhan, together with the people of Yemen, embraced Islam. As such, by means of the first Muslim governor of Yemen, Islam began to spread in the region, sending various delegations at differing times. Many Arab tribes announced their acceptance of Islam. Diyya ibn Khalifa al-Kalbi was appointed as emissary to Byzantine Emperor Heraclius. Serving as an example of these letters of invitation, the letter to Heraclius read as follows: From Muhammad, the servant of God and his messenger, to Heraclius, the greatest of the Byzantines. Peace be upon him who follows the guidance. I invite you to Islam. Embrace Islam and secure salvation, that God may give you a double reward. If you turned away, you will be burned with, besides your own, the sins of all those who turn away among your people. Say, O people of the book, come to a word common between us and you, that we worship none but God, that we associate nothing in worship with him, and that none of us shall take others for lords beside God. If they turn away, say, bear witness that we are Muslims. At that time, Heraclius was in Jerusalem on pilgrimage, as an expression of gratitude to God for his clear victory over the Sassanids at Nineveh after many years of war, and for the purpose of restoring the true cross that he had gained back from the Persians to its rightful place. Heraclius received Dihya, who had come to him through the agency of the governor of Bosra, in his presence. According to accounts, Heraclius summoned Abu Sufyan and his associates, then in Syria for trade, in order to gain detailed information about Prophet Muhammad, and, learning of the Prophet's lineage, family, environment, position in society, personality, as well as of the nature and fundamental principles of his message, he declared that these were in accordance with the characteristics of a prophet. Not content with hosting the emissary merely according to diplomatic protocol, the emperor sent him off with gifts. The third letter was sent with Amr ibn Umayyah ad-Damri to the Negus Asham, king of Abyssinia. Having treated the Muslims who had previously emigrated to Abyssinia with kindness, and rejecting the requests of the Quraysh to have them returned and taking them under his protection, the Negus responded positively to the letter of invitation and accepted Islam. He sent various gifts to the Prophet, and upon the latter's request, he sent by ship to Medina the remaining emigrants in Abyssinia, along with the Prophet's emissary. The fourth letter was delivered by Khatib ibn Abi Balta to the Byzantine Empire's Governor-General of Egypt, Makakis. Jurayj ibn Mina. While not accepting Islam, Makakis welcomed the emissary and treated him with due honour. After acquiring some information about the Prophet and the religion of Islam, he sent the emissary off with a letter of response, as well as some important gifts. Among these were the 2 concubines, Maria and Shirin, a eunuch slave, 1,000 shekels of gold, a white steed, named Duldul, and expensive clothing and fabric. Prophet Muhammad married Maria, and Ibrahim was the child of this marriage. The fifth letter was sent with Shuja ibn Wahb to the Ghassanid king, Harith ibn Abi Shimr. Infuriated by such a letter having been sent to him, the ruler of Damascus threw it to the ground and threatened to attack Medina. The sixth letter was delivered by Salad ibn Amr to the chief of the Banu Hanafi in Yamama, Hawda ibn Ali, who was also known for his poetic and oratory flair. While welcoming the emissary and treating him with cordiality, he sent a letter of reply saying that he did not accept Islam. Prophet Muhammad sent these letters with the purpose of conveying the message of Islam to many tribal leaders, and sometimes even to individuals living in various parts of the Arabian Peninsula. In these letters that were succinct in style, addressees were referred to by their titles. Expressions that were intimidatory or disparaging were not employed, and the addressees were invited to belief in the one God and in Muhammad as his servant and messenger. In the letters sent to tribal leaders in particular, that they would be left to rule their own lands in the event of their becoming Muslim, that their property and lives would be protected, and that some tribes would be given land, fields or mining area was specified. The need for those embracing Islam to obey God and his messenger, perform the 5 daily prayers and pay the alms tax was specifically mentioned. The name given to the tax of protection and exemption from military service is jizya. The letters penned after the revelation of the jizya verses, At-Tawbah 9:29, in the 9th year after the emigration, 630, included the statement that for those Jews, Christians, and Zoroastrians who did not accept Islam but recognized the sovereignty of the Muslims, jizya would be collected from them. 2 of the letters were sent to the superpowers of the day. 2 of the letters were sent to the 2 superpowers of the day, the Byzantine and the Sassanid empires. At the time of the emergence of Islam, the Middle East was staged to the tussle between both these powers, continuing for several centuries. Capturing Jerusalem in the year 614, the Sassanids seized the True Cross, taking it to their capital, Al-Madain, Ctesiphon. After occupying Egypt in 619, they later crossed through Anatolia in 626. Eventually reaching the steps of the city of Istanbul. Continuing their struggle against the Sassanids, the Byzantines gained ultimate victory at the end of 627, when Emperor Heraclius's armies heavily defeated the central army of the Sassanids at the Battle of Nineveh. The Byzantines gained ultimate victory at the end of 627, when Emperor Heraclius's armies heavily defeated the central army of the Sassanids at the Battle of Nineveh. The Prophet's letter of invitation to Cheroses II, Parvez, was entrusted to Abdullah ibn. The Prophet's letter of invitation to Cheroses II, Parvez, was entrusted to Abdullah ibn Hudafa al-Sami for delivery. Enraged by his name having been written after the name Muhammad, Cheroses tore the letter to pieces and demanded information about Prophet Muhammad from his governor in Yemen, Badhan. The Prophet was disappointed upon being informed of Cheroses having torn up his letter, and he entreated God to punish the Persian ruler due to his impudence. Not long had passed when governor of Yemen, Badhan, sent 2 of his men to Medina. Having received divine revelation that Cheroses II had been killed by his own son, Prophet Muhammad informed these emissaries of such and asked them to convey the message to Badhan that he would be left in his post of governorship in the event of his acceptance of Islam. Thereupon, Badhan, together with the people of Yemen, embraced Islam. As such, by means of the first Muslim governor of Yemen, Islam began to spread in the region, sending various delegations at differing times. Many Arab tribes announced their acceptance of Islam. Diya ibn Khalifa al-Kalbi was appointed as emissary to Byzantine Emperor Heraclius. Serving as an example of these letters of invitation, the letter to Heraclius read as follows. Serving as an example of these letters of invitation, the letter to Heraclius read as follows. From Muhammad, the servant of God and his messenger, to Heraclius, the greatest of the Byzantines. Peace be upon him who follows the guidance. I invite you to Islam. Embrace Islam and secure salvation, that God may give you a double reward. If you turn away, you will be burned with, besides your own, the sins of all those who turn away among your people. Say, O people of the book, come to a word common between us and you, that we worship none but God, that we associate nothing in worship with him, and that none of us shall take others for lords beside God. If they turn away, say, bear witness that we are Muslims. Al-Imran 364. At that time, Heraclius was in Jerusalem on pilgrimage, as an expression of gratitude to God for his clear victory over the Sassanids at Nineveh after many years of war, and for the purpose of restoring the true cross that he had gained back from the Persians to its rightful place. Heraclius received Dihya, who had come to him through the agency of the governor of Bosra, in his presence. According to accounts, Heraclius summoned Abu Sufyan and his associates, then in Syria for trade, in order to gain detailed information about Prophet Muhammad, and, learning of the Prophet's lineage, family, environment, position in society, personality, as well as of the nature and fundamental principles of his message, he declared that these were in accordance with the characteristics of a prophet. Not content with hosting the emissary merely according to diplomatic protocol, the emperor sent him off with gifts. The third letter was sent with Amr ibn Umayyah ad-Damri to the Negus Asham, king of Abyssinia. Having treated the Muslims who had previously emigrated to Abyssinia with kindness, and rejecting the requests of the Quraysh to have them returned and taking them under his protection, the Negus responded positively to the letter of invitation and accepted Islam. He sent various gifts to the Prophet, and upon the latter's request, he sent by ship to Medina the remaining emigrants in Abyssinia, along with the Prophet's emissary. The fourth letter was delivered by Khatib ibn Abi Balta to the Byzantine Empire's Governor-General of Egypt, Makakis. Jurayj ibn Mina. While not accepting Islam, Makakis welcomed the emissary and treated him with due honour. After acquiring some information about the Prophet and the religion of Islam, he sent the emissary off with a letter of response, as well as some important gifts. Among these were the two concubines, Maria and Shirin, a eunuch slave, 1,000 shekels of gold, a white steed, named Duldul, and expensive clothing and fabric. Prophet Muhammad married Maria, and Ibrahim was the child of this marriage. The fifth letter was sent with Shuja ibn Wahb to the Ghassanid king, Harith ibn Abi Shimr. Infuriated by such a letter having been sent to him, the ruler of Damascus threw it to the ground and threatened to attack Medina. The sixth letter was delivered by Salad ibn Amr to the chief of the Banu Hanafi in Yamama, Hawda ibn Ali, who was also known for his poetic and oratory flair. While welcoming the emissary and treating him with cordiality, he sent a letter of reply saying that he did not accept Islam. Prophet Muhammad sent these letters with the purpose of conveying the message of Islam to many tribal leaders, and sometimes even to individuals living in various parts of the Arabian Peninsula. In these letters that were succinct in style, addressees were referred to by their titles. Expressions that were intimidatory or disparaging were not employed, and the addressees were invited to belief in the one God and in Muhammad as his servant and messenger. In the letters sent to tribal leaders in particular, that they would be left to rule their own lands in the event of their becoming Muslim, that their property and lives would be protected, and that some tribes would be given land, field, or mining area, fields or mining area was specified. the need for those embracing Islam to obey God and His Messenger, perform the 5 daily prayers, and pay the alms tax was specifically mentioned. The name given to the tax of protection and exemption from military service is jizya. The letters penned after the revelation of the jizya verses, At-Tawbah 9:29, in the 9th year after the emigration, 630, included the statement that for those Jews, Christians, and Zoroastrians who did not accept Islam but recognized the sovereignty of the Muslims, jizya would be collected from them. Chapter 31. The Conquest of Khaybar. Khaybar, located in the vast valley which stretched from 180 kilometers to Medina's north and on the road between Medina and Syria, was an important center of trade and agriculture populated by Jews. After the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, Prophet Muhammad began to take into account the threat that Khaybar posed for the Muslims. This was because the Banu Nadir Jews who settled in Khaybar after having been expelled from Medina had begun to engage in enemy activity together with other Khaybar Jews against Medina, and had formed an alliance with certain Arab tribes in addition to the Meccan polytheists. The Battle of the Trench was one outcome of their enemy activities. A short time after the Prophet's return from Hudaybiyah, the Prophet decided to advance upon Khaybar and set off from Medina with a force of 1,600, 200 of which were cavalry, or 300 cavalry, 1,500 men, at the end of Muharram, June 628. Informed of the situation, the denizens of Khaybar began to make preparations against the Muslims. According to accounts, they had 20,000 or at least 10,000 warriors. Moreover, they possessed the defensive advantage with their citadels famous for their sturdiness and had ample armaments and weaponry. At the end of the siege lasting 1 month and at times including fierce battles, 4 of the 7 fortified citadels at Khaybar were annexed through battle and 3 through peaceful means. In the battle wherein Muslims showed great valour and tenacity, first and foremost Ali, who conquered Hormuz, the greatest of Khaybar's citadels, 93 Jews and 15 to 20 Muslims were killed. During the battle, many Jewish fighters were taken captive, as well as their women and children. As stated by Muhammad Hamidullah, if after the battle the judgment to be dealt had been given in accordance with the Torah, all the adult males would have been executed by the sword, and the women and children given as slaves. However, Prophet Muhammad first spared the lives of all the people, and then granted them permission to leave. In response, they requested permission to remain in their fields, where a significant amount of dates were cultivated as partners. The Prophet accepted this proposal. After Khaybar, similar agreements were made with the communities of Wadi al-Qura and Fadak. A large number of animals, household goods, textiles and jewellery were procured at Khaybar. These spoils constituted one of the greatest of the Prophet's period, in terms of number, variety and worth. There are various accounts in the sources regarding the amount and distribution of the personal effects and property. Manuscripts of the Torah included among the spoils were returned to their owners by Prophet Muhammad. While the siege continued, the slave of one of the Khaybar Jews, an African shepherd, came to Muhammad and, obtaining information about Islam, became Muslim and decided to participate in the battle alongside the Muslims. At this point, with the consciousness of the sheep that he was herding constituting a trust that had been given to him, he asked the Prophet what he should do with the sheep. Stating that Islam enjoined fulfilling trusts, Prophet Muhammad commanded him to herd the sheep towards the citadel of their owner and release them. The shepherd, whose name is recorded as Yasir in the sources, did as the Prophet commanded, and upon ensuring that the sheep had entered the citadel, returned to join the Muslims. He was martyred a short time later. Prophet Muhammad approached the martyr and informed his companions that he was one of the people of paradise. As such, the shepherd who had acquired the status of martyrdom without even having had the time to perform a single ritual prayer after embracing Islam became etched in memories as the answer to the question among the companions, "Who is the person to enter paradise without having performed a single prayer?" During the conquest of Khaybar, the wife of one of the Jewish leaders, Zainab bint Harith, slaughtered a sheep and invited the Prophet to a feast. Her real intention, however, was to poison him. Prophet Muhammad took Bishr ibn Bara along with him and attended this feast. But he understood from the first morsel that the food had been poisoned and removed it from his mouth before swallowing it. Bishr ibn Bara, however, died because of the poison. Freeing Safiya, the daughter of Jewish leader Huay ibn Akhtab, who was among the Khaybar captives, Prophet Muhammad took her as his wife. Chapter 32. The Battle of Mu'tah. Mu'tah is located to the south of Lake Galilee, 50 kilometers from the city of Jerusalem. At the beginning of the 8th year after the emigration, 629 AD, Prophet Muhammad sent Harith ibn Umayr with a letter of invitation to Islam to the provincial governor of Busra, under the Byzantine Empire. As the Prophet's envoy passed through the lands of the Ghassanid Christian king, Shurabil ibn Amr, he was killed by the latter. Harith ibn Umayr is the only envoy of Prophet Muhammad to have been killed. As a result of this blatant violation of international law stipulating immunity for emissaries and envoys, Prophet Muhammad organized a force of 3,000 and appointed Zayd ibn Harith as commander. He then commanded that Ja'far ibn Abi Talib would take command in the event of Zayd's being killed. Abdullah ibn Rawaha would assume command if Ja'far was killed, and if he too were killed, then the Muslims would elect a commander from among themselves. The Prophet also ordered that when the place where the envoy was killed was reached, the people there would first be invited to Islam, and if they accepted, they were not to fight. He also commanded them not to touch children, women, the elderly, and those retreating to monasteries, not to inflict damage on the date gardens, not to cut down trees, and not to destroy buildings. The Muslim army reached Mu'tah via Wadi al-Qura and Ma'an. Here they confronted a large army of 100,000 or 200,000 according to accounts, including Byzantine forces under the general commander Theodorus, and Christian Arab tribes led by Shurabil ibn Amr. Jamadi al-Awwal, September 629. When Zayd ibn Harith was martyred at the battle's onset, the standard was taken by Ja'far ibn Abi Talib. Losing his right hand, Ja'far held the standard with his left, and when that too was cut off, he held the standard between his arms and his chest, but was however martyred at the stroke of a spear. When Abdullah ibn Rawaha, who thereafter assumed command, was also martyred, the standard was entrusted to Khalid ibn Walid. According to narration, at the time in which these events were unfolding at Mu'tah, Prophet Muhammad, sitting in the Prophet's mosque with his companions, related to them the developments on the battlefield, recounting the fall of the commanders one after the other. When the command was given to Khalid ibn Walid, he said, "Then the flag was taken by a sword amongst the swords of God," that is Khalid, "and God made them, the Muslims, victorious." Changing the troops on the right flank to the left and the left flank to the right, bringing forth the rearguard and sending the vanguard troops to the rear, Khalid gave the impression that reinforcements had arrived. changing the troops on the right flank to the left and the left flank to the right, bringing forth the rear guard and sending the vanguard troops to the rear, Khalid gave the impression that reinforcements had arrived. While slowly retreating, he inflicted as much damage on the Byzantine army as he could, occasionally gaining war spoils and succeeding in bringing the Muslim army safely back to Medina. The Muslims lost 15 of their men at Mutta. Prophet Muhammad shed tears for these martyrs, but forbade lamenting and wailing. He also directed relatives and those close to the bereaved families to take food and provide assistance with their tasks for 3 consecutive days. He himself sent food to the house of his paternal cousin Jafar for 3 days, and later took Jafar's children in his care, assuming their upbringing and care. The Muslim troops at Mutta fought with resolve the enemy much greater in strength than them. 6 months prior to the Battle of Mutta, during the time at which Prophet Muhammad visited Mecca to make up for the minor pilgrimage that they could not perform earlier, Khalid ibn Walid had embraced Islam, had participated in battle alongside the Muslims for the first time, and, praised by the Prophet for the great valour he displayed in battle, was given the title Sword of God. As he himself narrates, "On the day of the Battle of Mutta, 9 swords were broken in my hand, and nothing was left in my hand except a Yemenite sword of mine." Also participating in the battle, Abdullah ibn Umar and his friends stated that they counted more than 50 sword, arrow and spear wounds on Jafar ibn Abi Talib's chest. The Prophet announced that Jafar would be 2-winged in paradise in return for the 2 hands he had lost. Hence thereafter he was called Jafar al-Tayyar, the Great Flyer. The Prophet announced that Jafar would be 2-winged in paradise in return for the 2 hands he had lost. Hence thereafter he was called Jafar al-Tayyar, the Great Flyer. Despite its status as a military expedition in which Prophet Muhammad did not take part, Sariyah, the Battle of Mutta has been referred to in certain sources as Ghazwa, the term given to military expeditions in which the Prophet took part, most probably because of its size, importance, and due to it being a pitched battle. With this battle, the Muslim army confronted one of the greatest empires of the day, the Byzantine army, for the very first time. The Muslim army's retreat to Medina without greater losses in the face of an army much more superior in terms of numbers and strength must be regarded as a success. Professor Mustafa Faida explains the importance of this battle from the perspective of the Muslims as follows. By means of the Battle of Mutta, Khalid and the Muslims gained an opportunity to familiarize themselves much more closely with the Byzantine forces, their style of warfare, their tactics and their weapons. The benefit of this lived experience is to be seen in the battles fought against the Byzantine army, first and foremost the Battle of Yarmouk. Moreover, Arabs in the regions of Syria and Palestine witnessed the Muslims' belief, bravery and chivalry, and became acquainted with this new religion and its adherents. Chapter 33. The Conquest of Mecca. With the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, the blood feud continuing between the Banu Bakr ibn Abd Manat and the Banu Huda since the age of ignorance was abolished. The Banu Bakr had allied with the Quraysh and the Banu Huda with Prophet Muhammad. However, supported by the Quraysh, the Banu Bakr carried out an attack by night on the Banu Huda and killed several tribal members alongside tribal chief Ka'b ibn Amr. Sending a delegation to Medina, the Banu Huda requested help from the Prophet. The people of Huda had in actual fact viewed warmly Prophet Muhammad and the religion that he conveyed from the very beginning. had provided assistance to the Muslims in the field of intelligence in particular, and by the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, all members of the tribe had embraced Islam. Prophet Muhammad sent a letter to the Quraysh asking them to abandon their alliance with the Banu Bakr, or pay the blood money for the members of the Banu Huda who were killed. The contrary would mean the breach of the terms of the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, whereby hostilities between the Quraysh and the Muslims and their respective allies which was forbidden, and thus constitute grounds for war. Accepting neither paying blood money nor abandoning their alliance with the Banu Bakr, the Quraysh sent Abu Sufyan to Medina with the purpose of renewing the treaty. However, Abu Sufyan returned to Makkah without having reached a favourable outcome for his efforts in Medina. Deciding upon an expedition to Makkah, Prophet Muhammad started preparations for such, keeping the details of the destination a secret in order to avoid bloodshed and to catch the enemy unawares. Sending word to the Muslim tribes, he asked them to gather in Medina. So as to conceal the actual strength of the Muslim army, he asked some of the tribes to join the army along the way. All exits from Medina were banned, and, by means of watchmen being posted at important Makkah-Medina passage points, travel to Makkah was prohibited. The courier sent by Khatib ibn Abi Balta, who wanted to inform the Quraysh of the Muslims' preparations, was intercepted by the companions, which the Prophet assigned for the task after having been informed of this situation through revelation. Moreover, a reconnaissance unit led by Abu Qatada al-Ansari was dispatched to Batn al-Idam on the Makkah-Medina route in order to surprise the Makkans. Leaving Abu Ruhum in charge of administrative affairs in Medina and Abdullah ibn Maktum as his deputy, the Prophet set out from the city with his army on 13th Ramadan, 4th January 630. Due to the fact that he kept the destination of the military expedition secret, he continued on his journey without donning the pilgrim dress, ihram, at the fixed point Indul Hulayfa, and camped at Maruz Zahran. The Muslim army reached 10,000 with those who joined along the way. Learning of the Muslim army's arrival at the gates of Makkah and experiencing great panic, the Quraysh sent a delegation headed by Abu Sufyan to Prophet Muhammad. Allowing the delegation to stay overnight in his headquarters and ensuring that they were able to watch the marching army squadrons, the Prophet invited them to accept Islam. Not wanting to risk confronting such an army, Abu Sufyan and his delegation returned to Makkah having accepted Islam. In view of this situation, the people of Makkah realized that they could resist the Muslim army no more. Abu Sufyan told the Quraysh gathered in the courtyard of the Kaaba that he had embraced Islam and that they had no other option but to surrender, and advised them to take shelter in Masjid al-Haram, the sacred mosque surrounding the Kaaba, or in their own homes. This essentially meant the surrender of Makkah, granting those seeking refuge in the homes of first and foremost Abu Sufyan and then Hani, Hakim ibn Hizam, Abu Ruwayha, and Budayl ibn Waqa right of asylum. He honoured them and wanted to warm their hearts to Islam. Coming to Makkah after Abu Sufyan, the Prophet's uncle Abbas uttered the same words to the Makkans. The people then dispersed to the sacred mosque or to their homes. Planning to enter Makkah from 4 flanks simultaneously, Prophet Muhammad instructed his commanders not to fight unless they were attacked, not to pursue those who fled, not to kill those who were wounded or captive, and to meet him at the hill of Safa. He then commanded Khalid ibn Walid, who led the right flank, to move first. Entering the city from Lait in the south, wherein the squadron led by Safwan ibn Umayyah and comprising notable Makkans such as Ikrimah ibn Abi Jahl and Suhail ibn Amr, as well as allied forces, were stationed, Khalid ibn Walid, defeating this force, crushed the sole resistance during the conquest. Those escaping with their lives asked for mercy, either by taking shelter in their homes or by putting down their weapons. In the skirmish, 12 or 26 Makkans and 2 or 3 Muslims were killed. The unit of the Ansar, helpers, led by Sa'id ibn Ubadah, entered from Makkah's west, while the left flank comprising the emigrants and led by Zubayr ibn Awwam entered the city from the north. At the head of the central squadron, Prophet Muhammad followed the Az-Zahir road from Makkah's upper northwest, and with the emigrants and helpers accompanying him entered Makkah in praise and gratitude to God. He camped at Al-Hajjun and met the other units at the hill of Safa. 20th Ramadan, 11th January 630. Subsequently going to the sacred mosque, Prophet Muhammad greeted the black stone, kissed it, and circumambulated around the Kaaba. In his address to the people, he stated that Makkah was a sanctuary and that its status as such would remain, that he had annulled all the duties pertaining to the pilgrimage and administration of the Kaaba except for its maintenance and protection, Ijaba Sidana, in the service of providing water to travellers and pilgrims, Sikaya, and that he had assigned the former duty to Uthman ibn Talha and the latter to his uncle Abbas. Thereafter he declared general amnesty. He announced that those seeking shelter in the sacred mosque, in the homes of those individuals mentioned earlier, or in their own homes, as well as those laying down their weapons, were safe, that those taken captive would not be killed, and that no one would face prosecution. Prophet Muhammad displayed an example of forgiveness rare in the history of humanity, by forgiving the Quraysh who showed hostility to him and the Muslims at every opportunity for the past 20 years, despite the fact that he was now in a position to punish them. The day of conquest became at the same time a true day of mercy. The possessions and property of no one was touched and prisoners were released. Only 10 people, known for their extreme hostility towards the Prophet and the Muslims, were excluded from the general amnesty. Only 3 of these people were executed. Some, like Ikrimah ibn Abi Jahl, fled, while others were forgiven. After purging the Kaaba, the symbol of belief in God's unity, and its surroundings from the idols, as well as the tokens of ascribing partners to God, Prophet Muhammad prayed 2 cycles of prayer within the Kaaba. He asked Bilal al-Habashi to climb to the roof of the Kaaba and recite the call to prayer. With Bilal's recitation, the Quraysh, men and women, came to the Prophet's presence and accepted Islam. These people, who were released without having been subjected to treatment as prisoners of war, were referred to as tulaka, freed slaves. Meanwhile, those like Safwan ibn Umayyah, who wanted time to consider whether or not they would accept Islam, were given a grace period of 4 months. For the period in which he stayed in Makkah, Prophet Muhammad stayed in a tent in Al-Hajjun. When it was suggested to him that he stay in his own house, the Prophet alluded to his paternal cousin Aqil ibn Abi Talib, who was not Muslim at the time, having sold his house after the emigration to Medina, stating, "Has Aqil left us a house?" He did not consider taking back the house even though he was the conqueror of the city. With his words, "There is no emigration after the conquest," he expressed the fact that emigration to Medina had ended with Mecca's conquest and that emigration was no longer mandatory. It is recorded that the word Nasr, help, the eponym of the 110th Quranic chapter entitled Al-Nasr, indicates victory over all the Arabs, and that the word Fath, victory, in the same chapter points to the conquest of Mecca. In addition, the chapter Al-Fath alludes to the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, and accordingly to the conquest of Mecca. Staying in Mecca for some time after the conquest, Prophet Muhammad appointed Attab ibn Asid as governor of Mecca, and assigned Mu'adh ibn Jabal to teach the Quran and essentials of the Islamic faith to new Muslims, and then realized the Battle of Hunayn, as will be mentioned later, against the Hawazin tribes. Thereafter he returned to Medina with the emigrants. With the conquest of Mecca, the hostility of the Qurayshi polytheists towards Prophet Muhammad and the Muslims came to an end, and the obstacles in the way of the spread of Islam in the Arabian Peninsula's Hijaz region were lifted. During his stay in Mecca, Prophet Muhammad charged certain companions with the task of destroying the idols belonging to surrounding tribes. Among the idols destroyed were Manat, Suwa, and Uzza. He then began to organize expeditions for the purpose of inviting the city's neighboring tribes to Islam. On 8th Shawwal, February 630, he sent Khalid ibn Walid at the head of a unit of 350 men to the Jadhimma ibn Amir tribe living to Mecca's south. Khalid asked them to lay down their arms and accept Islam. After some dispute, they consented to putting down their weapons and stated Sabana, meaning, "We have changed our faith," so as to express that they had become Muslim. However, believing that they had not taken up a strong enough stance, and taking into consideration their former enmity, Khalid ibn Walid took them as prisoner, handing them over to his soldiers, and commanded their execution the following morning. Carrying out the commands, the troops, members of the Banu Sulaim, killed around 30 prisoners. The companions from the emigrants and the helpers, however, released the prisoners, convinced that they were Muslim. Learning of these developments from a prisoner who escaped to Mecca, Prophet Muhammad was deeply grieved and distressed, and rebuking Khalid for making such a rash judgment as their status, exclaimed, "O Allah, I am innocent of what Khalid has done," thus showing his disapproval of such action. The Prophet then sent Ali to the Banu Jadhima in order to pay the blood money for those who were killed, and compensating them abundantly for any material damage inflicted on them, he alleviated their suffering and reconciled their hearts. Chapter 34. The Battle of Hunayn. After the conquest of Mecca, one of the tribal communities that consumed Prophet Muhammad's attention was the Hawazin. Divided into many subclans, the Hawazin resided in the regions between Mecca and Najd, and in the south stretching all the way to Yemen. Constituting a significant clan of the tribe, the Thaqif were located in Taif. The enmity between the Hawazin and the Quraysh, due in large part to trade relations and continuing from the age of ignorance, had now been directed towards Prophet Muhammad, who was also from the Quraysh, and the religion of Islam that he conveyed. As some of the tribe's clans had violated the terms of the Treaty of Hudaybiyah relating to travel security, the Prophet dispatched small military expeditions upon them. However, as their resentment and hostilities continued to increase, the Hawazin became one of the greatest priorities for Prophet Muhammad during the conquest of Mecca after the Quraysh. While he was in Mecca, the Prophet was informed, by a spy intercepted by the Muslims, of the great preparations that the Hawazin were making for a war against them. On the other hand, upon the destruction of the Uzza idol located on the road to Taif, the Thaqif feared the imminent destruction of their own idol, Lat, and joined the Hawazin encamped at Autas. At the head of the Hawazin army was 30-year-old Malik ibn Auf as commander. Despite the opposition of experienced individuals, Malik ibn Auf commanded that women, children, goods and animals be brought to the front line in order to keep his troops on the battlefield. This meant all-out war against the Muslims. Upon Abdullah ibn Hadrad al-Aslami, who the Prophet had sent for gathering intelligence, confirming the news of Hawazin and Thaqif's gathering in the valley of Autas, the Prophet began preparations for battle. Subsequently, 17 days after the conquest of Makkah, he set out with an army numbering 12,000, together with the 2,000 Makkah Muslims who had newly joined on 6th Shawwal, 27th January 630. The Muslim army included female companions such as Umara, Harith, and Sulaym. Heading towards Autas on Thursday 11th Shawwal, 1st February 630, the Muslim army reached Hunain during the night and waited here until the break of dawn. At dawn, they mobilized behind the advance guard of 100 cavalry from the Banu Sulaym and headed by Khalid ibn Walid. At dawn, they mobilized behind the advance guard of 100 cavalry from the Banu Sulaym and were headed by Khalid ibn Walid. Reaching the valley of Hunain before the Muslims and setting up ambush in its narrowest and sandiest section, the Hawazin's fire of arrows upon the advance guard meant an actual start of battle. As it was still rather dark, it was very difficult to ascertain the location of the enemy lying in ambush. In addition, the atmosphere of confusion and panic generated by the restless horses and camels led to the dispersion of the advance guard and the disorderly retreat of the central units, such that there were very few soldiers remaining around the Prophet. The Quran draws attention to the reason for the disarray being the Muslims seeing themselves as superior due to their multitudes and the resultant lack in complete reliance in God, and states that their eventual victory was due to the spiritual support they received from God following this bitter experience. The scattered army quickly pulled itself together with the Prophet's warning and his daring and resolute intervention, and reached a victory after a very fierce battle. The vast majority of the Hawazin forces, along with their commander, sought protection in Taif, and some at Autas, while others fled to Nala. In this way, this battle, which constituted the last peak of the Bedouin Arabs against the Muslims, ended with the triumph of the Muslims. It is reported that in this battle 4 Muslims were martyred and 70 enemy soldiers killed, including the famous poet and warrior Durayd ibn al-Simma. Prophet Muhammad commanded his companions not to harm children, women, servants and slaves, and was extremely grieved by the death of a woman on that day. Advancing upon Taif, where the majority of the fleeing Hawazin forces sought shelter, the day after the battle, Prophet Muhammad sent a unit each to Autas and Nala. The unit sent to Nala abandoned their pursuit when the fleeing enemy soldiers withdrew to the mountains. As for the unit sent to Autas under the command of Abu Amir al-Ashari, they achieved victory in the ensuing battle with the Hawazin. However, Abu Amir was martyred. Assuming command, Abu Musa al-Ashari brought the prisoners and spoils seized to Jirana, upon the Prophet's orders, where the spoils taken from Hunain were gathered. Chapter 35. The Siege of Taif. Although the Battle of Hunain was won by the Muslims, those who fled from the battle and joined forces with other tribes hostile to Islam began to pose a new threat. At their head were the people of Taif. The people of Taif periodically demonstrated their hostility towards Islam to the point of impudence and effrontery. When the poets satirizing Prophet Muhammad and the Muslims, as well as those working against Islam, ran into trouble, they fled to Taif and sought refuge there. For this reason, Taif became somewhat a safe house for the enemy. Hence the Hawazin, who were defeated at Altas, also sought shelter here. Immediately after the Battle of Hunain, Prophet Muhammad decided to advance upon Taif with an army that he himself led. Reaching Taif after the advance guard of 1,000 men under commander Khalid ibn Walid, the Prophet besieged the Thaqif and other branches of the Hawazin who had taken shelter in fortresses therein for almost a month. As the people of Taif were in their fortresses, they were able to mount a strong defence, subjecting the Muslims launching an offensive out in the open to a heavy barrage of arrows. In this siege, wherein various strategies and tactics were employed, the Muslims made use of military equipment such as catapults and tree buckets. Upon realizing that the people of Taif had stockpiled 1 year's worth of food supplies, and with the approach of the sacred months, the Prophet lifted the siege and came to Jirana, where the war spoils were gathered. It is reported that 12 Muslims were martyred and 3 enemy fighters killed during the siege at Taif. After Taif, Prophet Muhammad returned to Jirana, where the prisoners of war and goods seized during battles were amassed. The prisoners numbered 6,000, including women and children. Among the spoils were more than 24,000 camels and 40,000 sheep, as well as 4,000 ounces of silver. Ordering that prisoners who were in need of clothing be dressed, Prophet Muhammad did not distribute the spoils right away, but waited. His intention was to return these goods to the Muslim members of the Hawazin who appealed to him. However, when the Hawazin delegation were delayed, some of the hypocrites, together with a number of Bedouin newcomers to Islam who had not yet acquired sincere belief and commitment, exerted great pressure, and maliciously so, on the Prophet to distribute the war spoils without delay. After reserving 1/5 of the spoils, known as Khummus, for the public treasury, Bayt al-Mal, Prophet Muhammad distributed the remaining prisoners and goods. He gave those members of the Quraysh who were given a grace period of 4 months after the conquest of Makkah greater shares so as to reconcile their hearts and increase their commitment to Islam. These Quraysh are referred to in the sources as Muwallafa al-Qulub, those whose hearts were won over. After the distribution of the spoils, a delegation from the Hawazin, declaring their acceptance of Islam, requested the return of their prisoners and goods. Reminding them that he had waited for them for some time prior to the distribution, Prophet Muhammad told them that it would be difficult to fulfill their requests at this stage, and asked them to make a choice between their prisoners and goods. When they chose their prisoners, the Prophet fulfilled their request, having also obtained the consent of his companions. Although some among the Muslim Bedouins did not wish to give up their prisoners, the Prophet persuaded them to do so with the promise of greater shares at the first opportunity to arise. In the meantime, the Prophet's granting more shares to the Muwallafa al-Qulub gave rise to claims of favoritism to the Quraysh, and even rumours that he was to stay in Makkah and abandon the Ansar, the natives of Medina. Gathering the Ansar as a result, Prophet Muhammad explained to them the reason behind his granting greater shares to the Muwallafa al-Qulub, and stressing the virtues of the Ansar, declared that he would forever be with them, and made supplication for them and their descendants. Experiencing great remorse after his speech, the Ansar expressed their sadness and declared their contentment with him. After the distribution of the spoils, and having stayed in Jirana for a fortnight, Prophet Muhammad entered the state of Ihram, pilgrim dress, and set off for Mecca. He returned to Medina after completing the Umrah or minor pilgrimage. Prophet Muhammad entrusted the household and possessions of the commander of the Hawazin forces, Malik ibn Auf, forced to flee to Taif after the defeat at Hunayn, to Abdullah bint Umayyah. Sending word to Malik, the Prophet announced that in the event of his becoming Muslim, his family and possessions would be returned to him, together with 100 camels. When Malik ibn Auf subsequently came to the Prophet and embraced Islam, he was given all that he was promised. Including Malik ibn Auf among the Mu'alafa al-Qulub, Prophet Muhammad appointed him governor to his own tribe and to those that resided in Taif and in its surrounds. Malik ibn Auf had a significant role in the Thaqif's coming to Medina in the 9th year after the emigration and embracing Islam. Chapter 36. The Tabuk Campaign. In the 9th year after the emigration, 630 AD, news reached Medina that Byzantine Emperor Heraclius had begun preparations for a war against the Muslims, gaining the support of allied Arab Christian tribes such as the Banu Lakhum, Judam, Amillah, and the Ghassan. Upon hearing of this, Prophet Muhammad started to make preparations for battle, despite the prevailing drought and famine. His aim was to quell enemy assault on sight and thwart potential danger. Information regarding battle preparations of the Muslims in the Quran, in chapter Tawbah, and in sources of Islamic history reveal that the Byzantines, who gained certain dominance over the Sassanids, were viewed as a very serious force by the Muslims. Despite the fact that the Prophet generally kept secret the destination of military expeditions, on this occasion he openly announced that the objective this time was the Byzantine army. This was because the road to be travelled was long and the enemy large and powerful. In addition, the weather was extremely hot and it was time for harvest. During preparations, many companions, first and foremost Uthman, made significant contributions to the armament of the Muslim army. Providing 1,000 steeds, Uthman also equipped 10,000 soldiers, spending 1 gold coin on each. Abdul Rahman ibn al-Auf and Talha ibn Zubayr made significant donations. Umar gave half of his wealth and Abu Bakr all of it. Virtually everyone did all that they could in way of supporting the Muslim army. Alongside the earnest, altruistic and committed Muslims were, as with every other campaign, the hypocrites who stopped at nothing to cause mischief and discord. Reminding the Muslims of Byzantine power, they claimed that setting off on a campaign in such drought and famine was senseless, and, like so, tried to dishearten the Muslims. In contrast, there were also those sincere Muslims who were too poor to find steeds, shedding tears because they were unable to participate. Prophet Muhammad set out from Medina with an army constituting the largest of his time, 30,000 men, 10,000 of whom were cavalry. Reaching Tabuk, which was 600 kilometers north of Medina on the road to Syria, and setting up base there, Rajab 9th, October 630. They camped there for 15 to 20 days, but there was no sign of the Byzantine army. During his stay at Tabuk, Prophet Muhammad sent units westbound for the purpose of conveying Islam to Jaba, Ayla, Adru, Makna, and Ma'an, spread across a vast geographical area and with majority Christian and some Jewish populations. Their representatives stated that they would not accept Islam but would pay the poll tax, jizya. As such, they accepted the status of being citizens of the Muslim state under the condition that their lives, property, and freedom of belief were secured. Prophet Muhammad had separate treaty documents written out for each of these places and handed these to them. Meanwhile, the military unit of 400 men led by Khalid ibn Walid was dispatched to Dumwat al-Jandal, an important centre on the Iraq route. Khalid captured the Dumwat al-Jandal fortress and, taking the Christian ruler Uqayda ibn Abd al-Malik, who displayed hostility towards the Muslims as prisoner, took him to Prophet Muhammad. The Prophet made a pact with Uqayda on the condition that he would pay the poll tax and permitted him to return to his land. In this way, the Dummat al-Jandal people's acceptance of the sovereignty of the Muslim state by paying the jizya was ensured. It is reported that Prophet Muhammad, staying in Tabuk at the time, sent a second letter of invitation to Heraclius, who was said to be in either Emesa or Damascus, with Diya ibn Khalifa al-Kalbi. In the letter, the three alternatives of accepting Islam, paying jizya, or fighting were proposed to the emperor, with him being also requested to at least not prevent those from among his people who wanted to accept Islam from doing so. Receiving the letter, the emperor consulted with his religious and military officials, and thereafter sent an envoy, a member of the Christian Arab tribe the Banu Tunna, to Prophet Muhammad. The envoy was welcomed as much as the conditions would allow, and he was presented expensive clothing as a gift by Uthman. The Tabuk campaign, the last campaign that the Prophet himself attended, constituted a great test for the Muslims, and, on the basis of the Quranic verse stating that it was undertaken in a time of hardship, the army taking part in this campaign were referred to as the Army of Hardship. There are many verses in the Quran which discuss the attitude of those Muslims who participated in the campaign or who did not participate, either with legitimate reason or not, as well as the attitude of the hypocrites who tried to dissuade those wanting to take part. When Prophet Muhammad returned to Medina from the Tabuk campaign, he went to the Prophet's mosque, and after praying the prayer of thankfulness, he accepted the felicitations of those who were unable to participate. He also appeared to accept the congratulations of the hypocrites who had offered myriad excuses for not attending. In actual fact, they were making up false excuses and were lying. Ka'b ibn Malik, one of Prophet Muhammad's famous poets and veterans of Badr, Halil ibn Umayyah, and Marara ibn Arabi, missed the campaign without a justifiable excuse, despite their favourable financial condition and good health. The three came to the Prophet and owned up with regards to their situation. His displeasure evident in his demeanour, the Prophet told them to leave and wait until God revealed his judgment. He prohibited other Muslims from speaking or meeting with them, and after a while the ban was extended to their wives. Being reduced to this position proved to be unbearable for them. They were unable to go out into society and face people because of their shame. Such was the level of their remorse. They did not eat or drink anything for days on end and begged God for forgiveness. Finally, the Quranic verses that were revealed after a boycott of 50 days described their spiritual state during this entire process and declared that God had forgiven them and accepted their repentance. This divine pardon greatly pleased these three companions first and foremost, as well as Prophet Muhammad and the other Muslims. Ka'b ibn Malik wanted to donate the entirety of his wealth to the poor due to the acceptance of his repentance. However, the Prophet told him that it would be better for him to retain a certain portion of it for himself. Keeping only his land in Khaybar, Ka'b gave the rest away. One of the things that Prophet Muhammad did upon his return from Tabuk was to destroy the building, referred to as the Mosque Dirar, dissension, constructed by the hypocrites as an operational base from which to conspire against the Muslims. During the time at which the Prophet was preoccupied with final preparations for the Tabuk campaign, a group from among the hypocrites came to the Prophet and told him that they had built a mosque where the elderly, ill and disabled could pray on rainy and cold nights, and asked him to officially open the building for worship by leading the prayer there himself. Specifying that he was about to set off on campaign, he stated that he could only lead the prayer on his return. On return from Tabuk, when Prophet Muhammad camped at Dhu'awan with his army, some of the hypocrites came to him and wanted to take him to their mosque for him to lead the prayer therein. During this time, verses pertaining to the so-called mosque and the intentions of those who established it, also mentioned in chapter Tawbah, were revealed. Declaring those who built the mosque to be liars, these verses stressed that their actual intention was unbelief, to harm the believers and to cause dissension among them. Moreover, being called the Mosque of Dissension, the verses forbid the Prophet from praying there, and decreed it would be more fitting for him to pray in the mosque founded upon piety and reverence for God, that is, in the Prophet's mosque. As such, when it became clear that the building in the guise of a mosque was a centre of conspiracy and sedition against the Muslims, Prophet Muhammad assigned 2 companions to destroy it. Chapter 37. Relations with Arab tribes. The 9th year of the emigration, 630 to 631, is known as the Year of Delegations, Sanad al-Wufud. The conquest of Makkah, the subsequent acceptance of Islam by the large and powerful Hawazin tribe, the Thaqif tribes coming to Medina from Ta'if, and pledging their commitment to the Prophet 1 year later, and northern Arabia's falling under Muslim rule with the Tabuk campaign caused Arab tribes living in various parts of the Arabian Peninsula to send delegations to Medina to declare their allegiance. Among these developments, alongside Makkah's conquest, the Quraysh tribes becoming Muslim assumed particular importance. With the Quraysh's acceptance of Islam, who they gave great importance to and who constituted the most significant opposition to the Muslims, the Arab tribes re-evaluated their own strength and stance and began to enter Islam. The Quranic chapter entitled Al-Nasr points to this issue as follows. When God's help comes and victory which is a door to further victories, and you see people entering God's religion in throngs, then glorify your Lord with his praise, and ask him for forgiveness. For he surely is one who returns repentance with liberal forgiveness and additional reward. Al-Nasr 110, 1-3. The delegations coming to Medina on behalf of their tribes and meeting with Prophet Muhammad declared their acceptance of Islam, pledged allegiance both in their own name and in the name of their tribes, wanted to learn the religion from the messenger conveying it himself, and sometimes requested that teachers be sent to members of their tribes. Among these delegations were representatives, such as those from the Thaqif and the Hanafa tribes, who propounded unacceptable terms aimed at exemption from some of Islam's underlying forms of worship and evasion of some of its prohibitions, or those who thought only of self-interest. There were also those, as witnessed with the Christians from Najran and Banu Taghlib, who accepted Muslim rule by paying the poll tax, jizya, without having become Muslim. The delegations coming to Medina presented a significant opportunity for the Prophet to convey the message of Islam. Such delegations were hosted in the homes of companions such as Abdul Rahman ibn al-Auf, Ramla bint Harith, Abu Ayyub al-Ansari, and Khalid ibn Walid, or sometimes in the residence of the Ashab al-Sufa, those who stayed in the antechamber of the Prophet's mosque, or in tents pitched in the mosque's courtyard. Prophet Muhammad gave special importance to the delegates, reading and teaching the Quran to them, and explaining to them the essentials of the religion as well as its ethics and codes of morality. While the delegations were sent off from Medina with various gifts, the Prophet gave them information pertaining to things that they needed to take into account, assigned officials to collect the alms tax, zakat, and jizya, or to teach Islam, and prepared written documents pertaining to these matters. The visits of these delegations indicate that tribes living in various regions of Arabia had accepted Islam and, what is more, recognized Medina as the capital of the Arabian Peninsula. In his work, Ibn Sa'd mentions together 71 delegations coming from different regions of Arabia in the 9th, 630, and 10th, 631 years after the emigration, and provide separate information on each of these. Although many Arab tribes became Muslim, it is not possible to say that Islam was established firmly in Bedouin tribes such as the Ghatafan and its subclans, as well as the Banu Hanifa and Banu Asad. In the Quran, the Bedouins hostile to Prophet Muhammad and the Muslims are criticized, and a negative attitude adopted by their majority have been referred to with the word Arab, Bedouin Arab. From the Battle of the Trench onwards, the Bedouins adopted a clear stance against Islam. When the Prophet set off for the minor pilgrimage, he sent word to neighbouring Bedouin tribes such as the Juhayna, Muzayna, Ashja, and Aslam, directing them to join him. However, as they had not completely internalized their commitment to Islam and the Prophet, they failed to fulfill the Prophet's directive, apologizing after the pilgrimage. A similar situation was experienced during the Tabuk campaign. From the third year after the emigration onwards, 624, various subclans of the Banu Ghatafan became embroiled in several raids and killings, and the Islamicization of this tribe became superficially realized only during the year of delegations, 630 to 631. Hence, after Prophet Muhammad's demise, chief of the Fazara clan, Uyayna ibn Hisn, defected and joined forces with Tulayha ibn Khuwaylid, who claimed to be a prophet. Apart from these, the Banu Hanifa, the majority of whom lived a Bedouin life, tried to keep a distance from Islam. The delegation of this tribe, led by Salama ibn Hanzala, came to Medina in the 10th year after the emigration, 631, and expressed their acceptance of Islam. Possessing political and economic aspirations, however, the tribe's members defected during the time of the Prophet's illness and joined ranks with Musaylima the liar, who propounded the lie that the Prophet had made them a partner to his prophethood. On the other hand, the Banu Asad, thinking that Prophet Muhammad and the Muslims had lost strength after the Battle of Uhud, had planned to launch a sudden attack on Medina. In just the same way, during the Battle of the Trench also, they joined the enemy alliance with a unit under the command of Tulayha ibn Khuwaylid. In the 9th year after the emigration, 630, however, they came to Medina with a delegation which included Tulayha, forced to give an impression that they were in fact Muslims. They asked for financial help due to the famine and requested permission to collect and distribute the alms tax among themselves. Upon their coarse attitude and behaviour during these talks, their putting their own interests first, and their pretense of faith despite their refusal to believe in order to make the Prophet feel obliged towards them, verses from the Quranic chapter Al-Hujurat were revealed. Tulayha declared his prophethood during Prophet Muhammad's illness and afterwards revolted during the caliphate of Abu Bakr, having gained the support of individuals from Bedouin tribes including the Fazara, Thaybayan, Thai, and Abs. Chapter 38. Last Call to Non-Believers. With the conquest of Makkah, Muslims assumed control of the administration of the city and the Kaaba, and many polytheistic Arab tribes entered Islam. However, there were still those who continued in their idolatrous beliefs. A certain number of these tribes were allies of the Muslims. After Makkah's conquest, Prophet Muhammad made agreements with polytheistic tribes such as the Huda and Mudlij, as he had made with those neighbouring Medina such as the Damra, Gifha, Juhayna and Ashja from the first year after the emigration onwards, which ensured the freedom and safety of those visiting the Kaaba for the major and minor pilgrimage, and which guaranteed that no one would be in fear during the sacred months. After returning from the Tabuk campaign, knowing that there would still be polytheists in Makkah, and that some of these, based on customary practice, would circumambulate the Kaaba naked, Prophet Muhammad did not find it in his heart to go on the pilgrimage within this year. Appointing Abu Bakr as head of the Hajj caravan, Amir al-Hajj, Prophet Muhammad sent him along with 300 companions to Makkah, Dhul Qa'dah, Dhul Hijjah. Thereafter, the first 28 verses of the Quranic chapter entitled At-Tawbah, the immunity, were revealed, pertaining to the general position of the polytheists and the treaties between them and the Prophet. By way of publicly declaring the decrees of these verses, Prophet Muhammad assigned Ali, in accordance with prevalent Arab custom, whereby the leader or a member of his family could assume position of authority. Ali caught up with Abu Bakr, who was on his way to Makkah, and, explaining the situation to him, told him that he could continue his position as head of the Hajj caravan. To the crowds gathered at Mina on 10th Dhul Hijjah, or the first day of the religious festivity, Eid, Ali read the first verses of the chapter At-Tawbah, which served as a word of warning to the polytheists and made the following explanation. Disbelievers will not be able to attain eternal salvation. From this year forth, those who associate partners with God will not be able to perform the pilgrimage and approach the sacred mosque. No one will be able to circumambulate the Kaaba naked. Those who have treaties with Prophet Muhammad will be able to exercise their rights for the duration of the treaty, until its expiration, and in the event of their not becoming Muslim thereafter, their security cannot be ensured. This proclamation had the desired effect, even if some of those present raised objections. Virtually all of them subsequently became Muslims, saying, "Even the Quraysh have become Muslim," and did not feel the need to use their 4-month grace period. As such, the existence of idolatry in the Arabian Peninsula was eliminated, and the Kaaba was reserved for those believers possessing belief in the unity of God, in accordance with the principles established by Prophet Abraham and his son Ishmael. With the 29th verse of the same chapter, the underlying Islamic understanding of ensuring the protection of the lives and property, as well as freedom of belief of the people of the book first and foremost, as well as for members of other religions on the condition that they pay the poll tax, was put into effect. Chapter 39. The Farewell Hajj and the Farewell Sermon. Prophet Muhammad's meeting with Archangel Gabriel on each night of the month of Ramadan, and his reciting the Quranic verses revealed up until then is well known. In the 10th year after the emigration, December 631, Archangel Gabriel made him recite the entire Quran twice over. Prophet Muhammad saw this as an indication of his imminent demise and shared this with his daughter Fatima, while the Prophet entered a period of retreat in the mosque. During the last 10 nights of Ramadan each year, he spent 20 days in retreat in what was to be the last Ramadan in his life. In the same year, the Prophet started preparations for the major pilgrimage and wanted all Muslims to attend. On 26th Dhul Qa'dah, he set off together with the Muslims who consisted of the emigrants, the helpers, and members of other tribes coming to Medina, despite having his wives and his daughter Fatima with him. He entered the state of Ihram, pilgrim dress, at Dhul Hulayfa. He reached Mecca together with those who joined him along the way on 4th Dhul Hijjah, despite travelling on his camel named Qaswa. After completing the minor pilgrimage, Umrah, the Prophet stayed in a tent that had been set up for him in the Abta precinct. He left Makkah for Mina on Thursday 8th Dhul Hijjah and spent the night there. After sunrise the following day, he set off from Arafat via the road to Muzdalifah and settled in the tent at Namira that he had commanded the erection of. Approaching noon, he addressed the companions numbering over 120,000 in the valley of Arafat in a speech that became known as the farewell sermon. After offering praise and gratitude to God, Prophet Muhammad recalled that all people are servants of God, having descended from the same mother and father. He declared that all human beings are equal, notwithstanding race, colour, language and social status, and that the measure of greatness in the eyes of God was piety and reverence for God, in general focusing on human rights and stressing the security of life, property and honour. Prophet Muhammad commanded scrupulousness in upholding the rights of others, avoiding oppression and unlawful earnings, fulfilling all trusts, and upholding the mutual rights, duties and obligations between spouses. Stating that all believers are brothers and sisters, he drew attention to the importance of unity and solidarity. Describing the Quran and Sunnah, the way of the Prophet, as indispensable sources of guidance, Prophet Muhammad enjoined meticulousness in performing such acts of worship as the daily prayers, paying the alms tax and going on the pilgrimage, as well as thoroughness in abiding by the codes of ethics and morality. Also indicating certain attitudes and customs of the age of ignorance, he declared the prohibition of interest and blood feuds, and the abolishment of institutions and practices of the age of ignorance, such as changing the place of the sacred months, Nasi in particular, with the exception of the provision of water for pilgrims and maintenance and security of the Kaaba. Frequently asking his companions, "Have I conveyed the message?" in order for them to confirm his words, Prophet Muhammad completed his address with the statement, "O Allah, be witness! O Allah, be witness!" The Quranic verse that was revealed before the Prophet left Arafat states explicitly that religion had been perfected and completed, and that religion before God was Islam. "This day I have perfected for you your religion, completed my favour upon you, and have been pleased to assign for you Islam as religion." Despite the fact Usama ibn Zayed was on the pillion of his camel, Prophet Muhammad descended from Arafat. When he reached Muzdalifah, he performed the evening and night prayers therein. After performing the morning prayers here also, he reached Jamratul Aqaba and threw 7 pebbles, reciting the declaration of faith at each throw. He then proceeded to Mina, and after addressing his companions, he offered his sacrifice. He then shaved his head, left the state of Ihram, and returned to the Kaaba, circumambulating it. Returning again to Mina, he completed the throwing of pebbles at the stone columns, Jamarat. The following day he returned to Makkah before sunrise and performed his farewell circumambulation. On the 5th day of Eid al-Adha, the festival of sacrifice, with the permission of the Prophet, pilgrims coming from outside Makkah and Medina set off on the return journey home. Subsequently, the Prophet returned to Medina with the emigrants and helpers, having fulfilled the major pilgrimage while at the same time having taught Muslims how to perform this act of worship. Due to the fact that Prophet Muhammad declared in his address at Arafat, "I know not whether after this year I shall ever be amongst you again," and because of his demise a while later, this pilgrimage became known as the Farewell Pilgrimage, and his address as the Farewell Sermon. It is, however, important to note that the Prophet made more than one address during the duration of this pilgrimage in various places and at various times. Chapter 40. The Last Days of the Prophet, His Sickness and His Demise. After his return to Medina from the farewell pilgrimage, Prophet Muhammad's health began to decline. During the days of his illness, he visited the graves of the Uhud martyrs and performed the funeral prayer. Leaving his house on another night, he went to Medina's graveyard and entreated God's forgiveness for those buried there. During this time, Aswad al-Ansi, from Yemen's Madij tribe, emerged with the proclamation of prophethood. Advancing upon Sana'a with a force of up to 600 cavalry that he gathered from his tribe, Aswad killed Shahar because he opposed him, forcibly married Shahar's wife Azad, and took control of the region. Shahar was the son of the first Muslim governor of Yemen, Badhan. The Prophet sent letters to governors and prominent figures of the region as a means to stopping Aswad. Aswad was eventually killed with Azad's help. In the meantime, Musaylima the liar from the Hanafa tribe, who sent a delegation to Medina, apostatized on the delegation's return to Yamama and declared prophethood. The Prophet sent him a letter inviting him anew to Islam. In his letter of response, Musaylima proposed partnership to the Prophet, claiming that half of the earth belonged to him, while the other half belonged to the Quraysh. In his reply to Musaylima, Prophet Muhammad stated that the earth belonged to none other than God, and that God chooses whom He wills from His servants to inherit the land. Musaylima was killed during the caliphate of Abu Bakr. In the 11th year after the emigration, towards the end of the month of Safar, May 632, Prophet Muhammad decided to dispatch an army under the command of Usama ibn Zayd to the Byzantine land where the Battle of Mu'tah had taken place. The army set up base in the Juruf region outside of Medina. When the Prophet's condition deteriorated even further in the meantime, Usama decided not to advance, but to wait. During this time, Prophet Muhammad suffered from headaches that intensified from time to time as well as high fever. During his illness, he went to lead prayers in the Prophet's mosque with the help of his companions. On one such occasion, he climbed to the pulpit and said, "A servant has been allowed to choose this world or his Lord. He chose his Lord." Immediately understanding that the Prophet was referring to himself, Abu Bakr began to cry, exclaiming, "My mother and father be your ransom, O God's messenger!" The Prophet consoled him and told him that he was very pleased with him. thereafter reminding the emigrants and helpers of their mutual sacrifice and virtues, advised them to act in unison. He later instructed those who had rights over him to come to him to ask for their rights. He counselled scrupulousness regarding the rights of others and paying debts on time, and cautioned against turning graves into temples, as witnessed throughout history. The Prophet's last will to his daughter Fatima and his aunt Safiya is noteworthy. Perform acts of goodness valuable in the eyes of God. Otherwise, I cannot save you from God's holding you to account in the hereafter in matters of the permissible and the prohibited. The last wishes that the Prophet expressed to the Muslims encompass such issues as treating those for whom they are responsible with kindness, displaying meticulousness in their preparations for the hereafter with the consciousness that they will be held to account, and paying special attention to receiving foreign envoys in the best possible way and presenting them with gifts. Prophet Muhammad spent his last days with Aisha, and when his illness intensified 3 days before his demise, he asked Abu Bakr to lead the prayers. At a point at which he felt better, he went to the mosque with the assistance of Ali and Fadl ibn Abbas, and when Abu Bakr, who was leading the prayers, retreated to allow the Prophet to return to his place, the Prophet indicated for him to continue, and stood for prayer by his side. Following the morning prayer of the day that the Prophet passed away, Abu Bakr visited him, and upon seeing his situation slightly improved, sought his permission and returned to his home. However, the Prophet's condition deteriorated suddenly. According to Aisha's account, before Prophet Muhammad passed away, he said softly, "There is no God but Allah. How difficult it is to surrender the soul," and passed away in her arms with the words, "Tarafiq al-A'la," the highest abode. 13th Rabi al-Awwal, 11. Monday, 8th June, 632. The Prophet's demise caused immeasurable sorrow for the Muslims, with some like Umar even saying that he was not dead in their stupor. Receiving news of the situation, Abu Bakr came directly to the Prophet's side, raised the veil covering his face, and kissed the Prophet, saying, "O God's Messenger, you were beautiful while alive and are beautiful in your death." Then, going to the Prophet's mosque, he declared, "O people, if any among you worshipped Muhammad, then let them know that Muhammad is dead. But whosoever worshipped God, God is alive and will never die." Then he recited the following Quranic verse, "Muhammad is but a messenger, and messengers passed away before him. If then he dies or is killed, will you turn back on your heels? Whoever turns back on his heels can in no way harm God. But God will abundantly reward the thankful ones." The Prophet's body was washed on Tuesday by Ali with the help of the sons of the Prophet's uncle, Abbas, Fadl, and Qusam, as well as Usama ibn Zayd, and was kept in the room he was in. The funeral prayer was not performed in congregation. First the men, and then the women, and then the children came into the room where the Prophet's body lay, in as big groups as were possible, and performed the funeral prayer individually. His body was placed in a grave by Ali, Fadl, Qusam, and Usama, dug at the precise place of his death, in accordance with a hadith related by Abu Bakr. Living a simple life, using all the material means at his disposal in the path of God, Prophet Muhammad left behind a completely modest inheritance. As he himself has declared, The community of the prophets does not leave anything to be inherited. At his passing, he had under his ownership a white mule, some weapons, and a certain amount of land. He ordered that the income from these lands be used for his family, with the rest to be handed over to the public treasury. Stating a short time before his demise that he would be ashamed to face God with these, he wanted the 7 dirhams that he had in his possession to be distributed among the needy. A suit of armour that belonged to him was given to a Jew as security for the payment of money borrowed from him. As for Prophet Muhammad's spiritual legacy, it is very great and valuable both for his community and indeed for all humanity. As he himself stated in his farewell sermon, he left behind the Quran and the Sunnah as his most precious legacy, and the religion and civilization of Islam, which crystallized around these 2 key sources, has taken its place in the history of humanity, having its influence felt for centuries across a diverse and expansive geography.